Are we ready for a captain's cast, or are we ready? We were denied last Sunday. Mr. Producer, we gotta get this thing going. Ahoy! Welcome to the Captain's Cast. I am your host, Captain Garrett. Are we gonna tear the Acolyte to shreds, or are we gonna tear the Acolyte to shreds? I cannot wait. I just went ahead and reused the thumbnail from last week's abortive attempt at a Captain's Cast. We had technical difficulties, folks. It's been known to happen rarely, but it has been known to happen. But we are back. We have the Acolyte disaster, folks. I predicted the Acolyte would be the worst one of these, meaning Star Wars specifically. I have officially exceeded that prediction. I predicted it would be the worst Star Wars. Did I predict it was the worst show Disney was ever? No, I predicted it was going to be the worst Star Wars show. It's the worst thing Disney has ever done. Folks, buried the needle. Buried the needle, in the words of Peter Venkman. Oh, no, that was Ray Stantz that said that line. Anyway, we got the Acolyte. We have the Dragonage disaster, folks. I am a giant BioWare fan, and I predicted this. You are on the cutting edge if you're watching the Swords and Starships channel with me, your host, Captain Garrett. Live on YouTube, Rumble, and X, formerly Twitter. Pull up a chair. We have so much to talk about because I knew that BioWare was going down the tubes. Mass Effect is my favorite video game series of all time, folks, bar none. And I am a great fan of the Dragonage trilogy. They're dead, Jim. They're dead, Jim. We're going to get into that. I'm going to show you this trailer. You're not going to believe it. I saw Dune Part 2 again last night. That film does not... We need to, reset the table on Dune Part 2. It is the best film of the year. It's phenomenal. I like it better than the first one. It is fantastic. It is a excellent superhero story. And you know what's amazing about it? It's made by adults. It is an adult film. Wait, no. I mean, it is a film made by adults who take their craft seriously. Here's another way to put it. Professionals. Leslie Headland, the cube-shaped human, not a professional. Let me just... Mr. Producer, if you would kindly, Mr. Producer.
The power of one. The power of two. The power of many.
I have no words. When I was watching that, I had no words. Frankly, my expression through the entire episode 3 of The Acolyte was, to borrow a phrase from Stephen Pressfield of the book War of Art, mute stupefaction. I watched that episode in mute stupefaction. I could not understand how this is... I mean, this was weird. This was a weird college theater troupe in San Francisco doing a performance in the park. I mean, I'm talking weird. This is weirdness. We're not supposed to see this. Normal people, we're kind of like flies on a wall. If you go to university at Berkeley, you are going to see naked men riding bikes without a bicycle seat, and that's normal in Berkeley, okay? You're just used to that. The rest of the world isn't going to see that unless they go to Berkeley to see it. You don't want to be a fly on the wall, okay? What we're seeing with Star Wars is the whole world is being let in on a tiny little world that most normal, sane, generally sapient humans are not supposed to see. Folks, it's embarrassing to look at. I'm not even angry at these wackos. I'm really not. They're stupid people. That would be Leslie Headland, Dave Filoni, and just everyone involved in the writing, direction, and creation of this piece of crap, The Acolyte. These are stupid people who have no self-awareness. They have no talent. They have no professionalism. They are putting their cringe, bizarre behavior on display for the world, and they don't even know it. They don't even know it. It's weird. It's like watching mental illness, this show. It's mental freaking illness. What, because they're lesbian? No, because only wackos think that this is good TV. Only a stupid human being thinks that this is anything other than an embarrassment.
Power of one, the power of two, the power of many.
God, what is happening? What is happening? Anyway, Star Wars, if Star Wars wasn't dead before. Anyway, Staffyari is in the chat. Says, evening all. Good evening, Staffyari. You've changed your avatar. What's that avatar? I'm trying to see. It's the resolution's too low. How dare you critique these scissoring women? I didn't see any scissoring. I felt gypped, quite frankly, because at least that would have been somewhat entertaining. I'm just kidding. But, you know, I'm actually going to delve into this a little bit because there actually are, I think, shows that approached elements of what the story that Cubehead is trying to tell here. There is a way to get at it, and there are better shows that have gotten at it. And so I'm going to compare that. One Piece live action has an episode I quite like in which we go back in time and we see Nami's backstory, living in this quaint little island, and she and her sister are adopted by a Marine, a woman who is a Marine who just discovered them in the midst of a battle with pirates and just took them in, and she is raising them as her own, and they're on this planet. And the bad guys, Arlong, show up, and they burn the place down. It's a brilliant story. It sets up the backstory of why Nami has become a thief and why she's actually working for the man who murdered her mother, which is a fascinating story. It explains why she betrays Luffy. It goes through all of that. It's touching. It's brilliant. Her sister hates her guts, by the way. Nami's sister hates her because she thinks that her sister betrayed her mother's memory by joining Arlong's ranks. But as the story unfolds, like, they unpack that relationship. They show the backstory of how her mother had this courage to stand up to this tyrant, to this bully who shows up at her town. It serves as a wonderful emotional core for the conclusion of season 1 of One Piece. Deals with twin sisters, deals with the ideas of motherhood. It deals with the ideas of two sisters that are at each other's throats. In the hands of talented storytellers, this can work. In the hands of Leslie Headland, the former personal assistant to Harvey Weinstein, this show it creeped me out, folks. And I'm not even just talking about the Witch Coven. The Jedi were creepy in this episode. Like, it was like two creepy groups of adults fighting over who gets the right to indoctrinate the children, the twin girls, into their cult. Anyway. We'll talk more about it. Persephone is in the chat. Well, welcome, Persephone. Good to see you. They've borrowed from Sabrina the Teenage Witch, Chaos. Am I pronouncing that right? Chaos. Is it just Chaos? Chaos is Zelda Spellman. Zelda knew how to combine the poetry of spellcasting. I remember that show. That was back in the Nickelodeon days. I was a young teen in the 90s. So, like, that, I kind of grew up with Snick. Does anyone remember Snick? It was like 2 hours of television after. It was like at 8 p.m. at night, so it was super late. And the adults and it was on Saturday night. Saturday night Nickelodeon. And they had Are You Afraid of the Dark? I loved it. So I remember Sabrina. That was a good show. Part of the problem with modern Star Wars is you have people writing it who recognize that they recognize no accountability on their work as professionals. What I mean is they view anything they do, anything they write, any narrative they seek to tell, they view it as solely for their own benefit and gratification. In other words, for them, creating a work of fiction is purely an endeavor of self gratification and glorification. I'm not just speaking of Leslie Headland, cube-shaped human and former assistant to Harvey Weinstein. I'm speaking of guys like Russell T Davies of Doctor Who, Alex Kurtzman. Listen to the way these goons talk. They all talk the same way. Well, it's very exciting to finally be able to tell the story that reflects my life as a gay man, or whatever it is, right? And it's like, but you're not considering the audience. You're not considering the work itself. Is it meaningful? I mean, every artist, there's a Venn diagram. On the one hand, it's what the audience wants. On the other hand, it's what the artist wants. And there's a narrow window in the middle where good art lands. And artists are seeking good ones are seeking that sweet spot. But these wackos don't care. Can you tell a story about teenagers in a witch coven and have it be compelling and meaningful? Sure. In like Sabrina Teenage Witch, maybe that's a good story. Maybe on Buffy the Vampire Slayer, maybe an American Horror Story, that's a good story. It doesn't I don't think it fits at all. The whole concept of witches in Star Wars is absurd, and I know there's some George Lucas had some ideas for that. I don't care. Just judging by the original saga, we need to tell better stories about Jedi and Sith before we can be worrying about freaking witch covens, okay? We need to just get rid of that. So it's not the right vehicle, is what I'm saying. It's the wrong vehicle. But these people don't care about that. So we'll talk more about it. Staffjord, yeah, exactly, Staffjord, eh? They know it, they just don't care. Sophie is in the chat. Ahoy, Sophie! Welcome aboard. Says, hail, nerds. Good to see you. You're in good company here. We are a nerdy channel. Persephone says they move their hands around like they're channeling chi. They move their hands around like they're on a float in a parade, okay? It's... Oh my God, it's you know what's interesting? I was watching Dune Part 2, right? There's this scene in Dune Part 2 where Paul Atreides attends the gathering of all the Fremen, who are like the most fundamentalist religious types. And they're kind of like chanting and praying, and there's a sense of like the sacred about it. There's a sense of like you believe all of this. It's the snooty critics term for this is verisimilitude, which is simply a fancy $6 word that means it feels authentic. It feels real. It feels like something is actually happening, right? Some of that is just the craftsmanship of the artist, because filmmaking ain't easy, and it requires a lot of different creative visions to come together. But this is why filmmaking and show running requires one individual with leadership and vision to guide the whole ship, because you have so many working parts. And it's like the way that all those parts come together and they make Dune just glorious and powerful, and you feel transported to watch it. And then I watch this crap and I'm like, this is like a really bad high school play. You know, it's like some of that is just down to skill. Like is there a scenario when a coven of women chanting could be cool? Well, maybe if Ryan Murphy, the creator of American Horror Story, possibly were in charge. Maybe. Because he's actually pretty good at that. He's actually pretty good at creating. But see, here's the problem. There's no self-awareness. That's really what's at the issue here. This is the problem with fan fiction. What is the purpose of fan fiction? Fan fiction is purely for the gratification of the fan. That's all it is. It's like, I want to see, if it's like Twilight fan fiction, I want to see, Bella get together with, who was the werewolf guy? The werewolf guy instead. And it's a story about that, right? And that is not about pleasing an audience. That's about pleasing the person writing it. That's why this is so cringe, because there is a scenario where if they leaned into the fact that, like, what are these witches doing? Why are they on this planet? Isn't this a little creepy what they're doing with these two girls? If the story leaned into that a little, which would be like nuance and complexity, and allowed the audience to possibly form a negative opinion about them, it could actually be quite compelling. But they're not willing to do that, because all of these witches are stunning and brave and super empowered, and you're supposed to love them. Stop it, he says. What is happening? It's the end of days. My avatar is slightly angry Gojira. Basically how I feel about all entertainment. Oh, I see it now. I see it. He's roaring and the blue light's coming out. Is that -1, Gojira? Sophie says, Opla, that would be One Piece live action, was done very well. Though in the manga, everyone knows why Nami is working for Arlong and her sister supports her. Did hate that change. What was the change? I'm curious, because I don't know the manga. So, and I fully admit, like, my impression of the show is just based on the show and what I saw. So let me know, because I do hate almost any Western change to an Eastern story, because it always ruins it. Like the English dubbing in Godzilla -1, ruined several moments of the story, but specifically ruined the best line in the film at the end when Noriko says, "Is your war finally over?" By the way, Starfiery, on Frequency Studios channel on Monday, you had a comment that I was looking at another screen and I didn't see it, but you said the reason Noriko survives in Godzilla -1 is because she got infected with Godzilla's regeneration power, which is hinted at with the little, black thing climbing up her neck at the end. That's a fascinating theory. I think you're right about that. I never thought about that. That totally went over my head. I think you're onto something with this. I think she got infected with a little Godzilla mutation juice, or whatever it is. Persephone says, if we got the scene of how babies were made, we'd have been less critical of the entire show. The boys would have been happy if they got that lesbian scissoring. The lesbians would have loved it too. I respect what you're saying, Persephone. I do. I appreciate that. That's a very charitable take. I can tell you're a very fair-minded person. I personally think there's no saving this. What are we doing here? What are we doing here? The title of this stream is The Acolyte is Too Stupid to Exist Without the Name Star Wars. Why do I say that? Well, I say that because take away Star Wars. Just make it Zack Snyder Presents, The Acolyte Rebel Moon. Just make it that. And instead of the lightsabers, we have laser swords. And just make it the exact same story. Nobody would care. Nobody cares about Rebel Moon. That was based on a Star Wars script, but it doesn't have the name Star Wars. It's not Star Wars, it's Rebel Moon. It sucked, everyone admitted it sucked, and life went on. Nobody cares. There's no shills for Rebel Moon. Why is that? Because it doesn't have the name. There's a great scene in the film The Founder with Michael Keaton where he plays Ray Kroc, the guy who bought McDonald's and turned it into an international brand. Great film, by the way. And he buys... Basically, he bought it from the original McDonald's brothers who started the first McDonald's in, was it San Bernardino, I believe? Well, he buys the company from them, and it's a very contentious, hostile takeover, and one of the McDonald's brothers is literally telling Ray Kroc, he's kind of grilling him about what a greedy, awful businessman he is, and Ray Kroc says, do you know why I bought your company? It's not because of the system or the restaurant or the burgers, the recipes. I don't care about any of that. It's because of the name. McDonald's. It's so American. He's like, Kroc? What the hell is that? Some weird Eastern European name? Nobody wants a restaurant named Kroc. Because that's his name, right? So it's like, it's McDonald's. It makes me think of farmland. It makes me think of America. That's all I cared about was the name. And I was like, that's a brilliant scene. But that's kind of my point, is like, Star Wars is Star Wars. It's a brand. Now, it's a very damaged and, I would argue, totally disintegrated brand, but it's still a name. It's still a name that means something. Take that name away. This is a weird, nonsensical, really bad rejected pilot for a CW series, at best. At best. It is Zack Snyder Presents Rebel Moon, The Acolyte. Nobody cares. Nobody cares about stupid witches in a coven. Nobody wants to hear them chanting. Nobody cares where the twins are from. Nobody cares about the weird people showing up to try and take them away and teach them the ways of whatever. Without all that, it's nothing. It's nothing. This show is nothing. Now, with respect to your comment, I take your point because you say this could work. I was actually, until it got like The Boys, where it was literally just about weird Orange is the New Black. I liked Orange is the New Black for like the first 3 seasons, and there was tons of lesbian stuff going on in that. But it was about the characters and their relationships, and it was about how that, there was nuance to the characters. That there's a way to get at it. So I basically agree with you. Persephone thanking Starfyeti. He is our sweet prince. Starfyeti is. Fu Man Blue is in the chat. Says, hail everyone. Sophie with a $1.99 super chat. Thank you. Well, I think, what is that? $2. I'm not sure what currency that is, but thank you. Hail 199. What is your zodiac? Am I getting the Cobra Cast and Geeks and Gamers meme? This is like, wow, this is exciting. I haven't had that happen yet. Well, I'm sure Fu Man Blue or Starfyeti or someone said 199. I actually totally agreed with Jeremy when he said nobody asked that. He's like, no. Well, no. He said, no straight man ever is going to want to know your sign. And then who was it that created like the supercut of like all the people on Geeks and Gamers talking about their sign, all the men talking about their sign. I agreed with him until I saw that supercut. And then I was like, I guess I was wrong about this. But my sign is Ares, the god of war. The god of war, which I didn't used to think fit my personality. But now that I'm a warrior in the culture war, I rather disagree. I think it fits. Persephone says it's chaos, but spelled C-A-O-S like in Spanish. I watched both the original and the Netflix version. I was talking about the Netflix version, Zelda, but the original Zelda was awesome too. Like, remind me, what were we talking about? What was the chaoses? Oh, that's right. I for some reason my mind was going to Legend of Zelda. No, you're talking about Zelda in Sabrina the Teenage Witch. Okay, yeah, I get it. I saw the Nickelodeon show years ago. It was definitely a favorite of my sister's, so so I wound up watching a lot of it. But I liked it. I did like it. It was a good show. Does that mean you can make Sabrina the Teenage Witch in Star Wars? Not necessarily. That's kind of the problem here. It's like, stay in your lane. That's really the issue. The issue is, what is Star Wars at the end of the day? At the end of the day, Star Wars is a space opera adventure story. Usually, it is either a superhero story or a Golden Fleece story. Those are the two primary vehicles of a Star Wars story. If you are not telling that story, you'd better be damn good at what you do, such as the writers in Andor, for example, which told what would Andor be? I would say Andor is actually, Andor's kind of a dude with a problem story, because he's kind of an average guy who's getting dragged into the rebellion. So yeah, Andor is an unusual Star Wars story in that sense, but it is niche. It knows what it's doing, and it is written by adults who do not eat glue. What else we got? Yeah, I'm trying to catch up on all the chat here. Let's see. Oh, stop it. You are saying the Noriko theory in Godzilla -1 comes from director Takashi Yamazaki himself. I have not heard that. It's always interesting when directors, cough button. It's always interesting when directors give you the secret, and some won't do that. I don't think Quentin Tarantino will ever tell you what was in the suitcase in Reservoir Dogs. But I guess Yamazaki is different. Anthony is in the chat. Oh, hi, Anthony. Welcome aboard. Are we trashing the Acolyte? I like that. The Acolyte. The Acolyte. Do you know why I pronounce it? You know why I pronounce like Dial of Destiny? You know why I do that? Because that's how they think of it. That's how they say it in their head, these wackos, you know? Because somebody thought Dial of Destiny was such a great title. Dial of Destiny? It sounds like a rotary phone. What are you talking about? That's not an Indiana Jones name. But you can just see how proud of themselves they are. That's really my issue. Listen, as an artist myself, I struggle with this, you know? I'm like, every author I think who's like, has like an above room temperature IQ, I think generally struggles with the inner critic that's saying you're writing a bunch of nonsense, this is crap, everyone's going to laugh at you. And you think, is this cringe? I don't know, but you just got to keep writing and trust your beta readers. That's all you can really do. I don't think that like filter exists for someone like Leslie Headland. But part of that is they live in a world in which they're kind of holy rollers of a kind, you know. They're woke holy rollers. I have a clip that may help with this. So, boy, we have so much to talk about, and the chat is fired up. I'm loving it. Starfury says everyone enjoys. Oh, jeez, I probably should have read this in advance. Everyone enjoys. I'm just reading what's on the screen, folks. Girl on girl action, to quote Hot Fuzz. But even you basement dwellers have some literary discernment, and shit is shit. Yeah, I literally have no problem with a story about lesbians, or a story about witches, or a story about or I don't even have a problem with a story about the Jedi sometimes having questionable motives or practices, etc. The problem is, is Star Wars the vehicle for that? Generally, no. Unless you are a very talented writer with a very specific and clear vision, which we're not even in the ballpark of that with Disney Lucasfilm. So we could just... Disney Lucasfilm cannot execute a basic Star Wars story. They can't tell a basic Golden Fleece, Luke Skywalker style adventure. They can't even pull that off. What makes them think that they can do some bizarre dipshit niche crap about a bunch of witches in a coven? They can't do that. They don't have the chops for it. They have no business doing this stuff. They just don't. So yeah, the issue is not could it work, can it work? I just gave you a great example of the thing about One Piece live action, and I think it was Persephone. Let me know what they changed about Nami's story in that, because I'm really curious. If you in case I probably haven't gotten to it yet, but I just think that Starfury. I just realized Starfury's comment is still up there. The thing about it is, this is a story about Luffy, who is a pirate, who's on a quest to become the king of the pirates. And in the hands of woke writers, Nami would have 100% been a total girl boss. She would have been stunning and brave. She would have been, she could have done no wrong. And the fact that she betrays Luffy, I think, would have been presented as Luffy's fault. And what's interesting is that the way it unfolds, you care about Nami, you care about her story. She actually has good, complex reasons for why she does what she does. And it doesn't change the fact that, it's gut-wrenching that she betrayed Luffy, but on the other hand, you understand her reasons. Talented writers can do that and can make that work. There's a great story about motherhood, sisterhood. All of those things work in the story, and there's even the morally gray idea of she's working for Arlong, this pirate. There's a great scene in One Piece live action where Arlong he's monologuing about how oppressed the fishmen have been and how they were once slaves. And there's even this great conversation where it's like, oh, well, you guys are all free now. You've all got rights, and I have no problem with your people, says one of the humans. And Arlong is immediately on his high horse, and he starts lecturing them about, their fake he's basically saying, like, you're privileged. It's basically that conversation. And in the hands of woke writers, that's all it would have been. It would have been an attempt at shoehorning diversity. But Arlong in that same conversation discloses his plan, which is to get revenge on humans by enslaving and possibly wiping them out as revenge for what happened to the fishmen. When he explains this to Luffy, this is a perfect opportunity for the plot to sort of glorify Arlong as a justified victim who has a moral superiority and a moral right to get revenge on his perceived oppressors. And so when he explains all of this to Luffy about how oppressed the fishmen are and how odious humans are and how deserving they are of revenge, Luffy's answer is perfect. He just says, all I know is you're trying to kill my friends, and something along the lines of, you're a bad guy and you're going down. And that's it. And it's like, so in other words, he's saying that's no excuse. That is no excuse for being a murderous psychopath. Like, that doesn't let you off the hook. It doesn't matter what you think happened to your people in the past. This is wrong, what you're doing, and I'm not going to let you get away with it. I just think that is true heroism. You know, that's a story of actual, like, good versus evil with complexity, with nuance. It's not quite as simple as, you know, good guy, bad guy. There is complexity there. But at the end of the day, Arlong is doing wrong, and he's got to go down. So there's plenty of room in the hands of talented writers to have a story about how the Jedi are basically good, but hey, here's 4 Jedi that they're doing something shady. What are they up to? The problem with this episode is they never establish. It is funny. It is funny. Every line of dialogue in the Acolyte is sort of it's pure surface level, as you know, Bob, exposition. It's like the characters already know all this, but they're telling each other, right? Which is a basic right in a creative writing class. In a community college, I learned not to do that. I mean, I kind of already knew because I was trying to learn to be a writer when I was like, 14, 15. That's like one of the first things you learn. Pick up any book off the shelf about how to write. Don't do as you know, Bob speeches. How is it that $180 million show, that's all they have is as you know, but anyway. And it's like, what was my point? I had a brilliant point that was just on the way, but I interrupted myself, which is really bad. Fu Man Blue with a $5 super chat. And I got to get to that. See, I'll give it 5 more seconds to see. Now I'm on the clock. Can I remember what my point was going to be? I need more coffee. More coffee, Mr. Producer. Oh, that's what it was. In a show where they vomit all this exposition constantly all the time, it's so odd that when there's one conversation where we need exposition, the Jedi show up and they're like, we hear that you have some children here in this creepy witch's compound, and we think you're doing stuff to them. And that's kind of how this conversation feels. And they're like, and we're going to take them and we're going to indoctrinate them. And it's like, I don't like either of these groups. I really don't. But in any case, the Jedi show up and they say the Republic has a right to, and then the witch interrupts Carrie-Anne Moss and cuts her off. And I'm like, no. We need that sentence to be finished. We need to understand, why are the Jedi here? How did they find this coven? Why are the witches here? Why did they flee to this place? Those are reasonable things to disclose in the episode. The show won't do it. It won't tell you that, but it will go on and on and on about how the twins. I don't want to do the ceremony. I do. You know what? Anakin's line, from my point of view, the Jedi are evil. I used to say that was the worst line in fiction ever written. It has been cleared of all charges, because there is literally a line in this where twin number 1 says the Jedi are bad, and the immediate reply from twin number 2 is the Jedi are good. This is Shakespeare, man. Shakespeare at work. All right, hang on. Okay, catching up on the chat. Team Jacob, that's right. Jacob was the werewolf. Sophie's Team Jacob. See, in fan fiction, if you write a story about Bella hooking up with Jacob, that is purely because you as a fan want to see that. That may or may not have anything to do with whether or not that's a good story. Could be, but a professional must consider whether it serves the story, right? Which thank you for helping the captain make that point. Staffyade, with a £2 sterling, says, let's get the drinking money in early. Thank you, Staffyade. I don't mind if I do. Little Irish coffee. I'm just kidding. I'm a coffee totaler. Anthony says, I think I got that, didn't I? Good afternoon. Have I missed some things? I probably have. Disney, nuance, subtlety. Staffyade says, no. Sophie, the change that was that her sister hated Nami because she thought she betrayed them. The town also knew, but played along to make it easier for Nami. So Nami's sister thought, the show did portray that, though, right? Wasn't that the idea? Is because Arlong murders Nami's mother. Nami runs off and goes to join Arlong. But her deal with Arlong is, if I earn back the debt and I pay you the debt my mother owed, you leave our island alone. And Nami's sister thought that Nami was just greedy and running off on a treasure quest and didn't care that she was working for her mother's murderer. But really, it's that Nami's making the... The show did portray that. So, am I missing something there? Maybe. Persephone says, I'm just messing with you. Anthony says, oh, I got all that. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Let me catch back up here. Persephone says, yeah, Orange is the New Black was good for the first 3 seasons. Yeah, I'm going to put a pin in that because something occurred to me while I was watching, what was I watching? Oh, The Boys, because I was watching, they dumped the first 3 episodes of The Boys. Oh, we're going to talk about The Boys because I have had it with this show. I have had it with The Boys. This show is crap. Okay, I'll get into that. Persephone says, no, you can't make Sabrina in Star Wars. I was just saying that Leslie had other TV shows to steal from to make her lesbian coven better than what we get. That's true. That's true. At least Zack Snyder kind of steals from things that are... but, you know, Zack Snyder's not a very good thief either, if Rebel Moon is any indication. Persephone says, we've gotten more Mother Talon than the evil version of Mother Goose. We would have gotten more Mother Talshin than evil Mother Goose, yes. I'm done with witches in Star Wars. Dave Filoni, this has kind of turned me off of Clone Wars. Like, I liked the Clone Wars show. I don't think I like it anymore, quite frankly. I'm kind of like, you know what? I just want to erase all of that from my memory. There are only 6 Star Wars films, and after that, I don't care. I don't care about anything else. That's all. That is my experience of the Star Wars canon, and I just don't want to hear anything else, especially from Dave Filoni. The man is a joke. Yeah. The less said on that, the better. Anthony says SpongeBob Headlamp needs to know how to direct. God, it's the lack of self-awareness. Staffede says, I want the Jedi and the Sith fighting Gojira from Godzilla -1 and having their lightsabers and force lightning handed to them. You know what they would do, Starfury? Just one of those witches, right? You know what she would do to poor Godzilla? And then use the thread on him? And then he'd just die. He'd just curl up and die.
The power of one. The power of two. The power of many.
And literally the next thing would be Godzilla. And he just like, poor Godzilla. Dude, I love a Godzilla -1, how like when he disintegrates, I love it that all the men on the ships, they all salute. That was so cool because they kind of admired Godzilla a little bit, you know? And I felt that in the theater too. It's like, damn, yeah, he had to go. The big lizard, the big green lizard had to go. Still, it's kind of sad. I respect it. I respect the monster. He kind of had a point. Is sort of what they're saying. Okay, what else? Dude, you guys you're going crazy. Why weren't the Jedi men wearing banana hammocks? What? It would have been in keeping with the Pride Day parade feel of the episode. They were going after the children. Oh, no. We don't want banana hammocks. Stop hitting. That's not good. The chat keeps jumping on me. Fu Man Blue with a $5 super chat says, for your Lucasfilm-induced pain, Captain. By the way, Kathy told me that we fans don't own the IP, but in fact she does. Silly old fool. Well, she's correct. And thank you for that very fine donation, Fu Man Blue. Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, that's true. George Lucas owned Star Wars and was free. You know, a lot of people did not like the prequels. They didn't like a lot of the choices he made. I, for one, thought the midichlorians was dumb. I don't think he should have done that. But he owned it. It was his story. He could do with it whatever he pleased. Ditto George R. R. Martin. Ditto anyone who owns it. And now Disney owns it. They could do with whatever they want. And we can do whatever we want in terms of criticizing it. So... fair is fair. I don't think... I have sympathy for creatives to a certain degree that are being sort of dogpiled for a creative choice that just went really wrong and it didn't work out. And the best example I can think of is the ending to Mass Effect 3, which had those 3 colorful endings, and The original ending was just a 30-second cutscene that answered no questions, gave you no resolution on Shepard or any of the characters. I had enjoyed every minute of Mass Effect 3 up until that point, and I was enraged. The game concluded and the credits are rolling, and I am like, what? I was so mad. I've never been that mad ever at a story. Like, I've never been that mad at anything. I mean, I'd invested years and hundreds of hours of gameplay. I mean, I was so... And I'm like, you're not even going to tell me the ending? That's not even an ending. So I went on their Facebook page, that would be BioWare, and I wrote them a very respectful but very stern letter. And it was quite eloquent, I have to say. And it was like, listen, I understand you can't please everyone. I understand you have a creative vision. I understand this was a massive ending to try and land. Okay? Sympathy for that, and grateful for the amazing stories with Shepard and Shepard's friends that I've enjoyed for all these years. However, you can do better than this. And I just, and they were getting dogpiled. And I just said, listen, and I gave them respect, and I was grateful for the product, but at the same time, this is not acceptable. And you need to make this right. And that was basically it. I don't need the ending to be perfect, but I would like an ending. I think we fans are entitled to that. To BioWare's credit, and there were people that were like, totally disregard and rewrite the ending completely. But they went to work for a few months. They put together a free downloadable content, which is now the canon ending, and it was called the Extended Cut. And all it did was it added some narration, it added some cutscenes, it gave you another option you didn't have before. You could refuse. You had a refusal option in the ending. And it just filled in some gaps, and it gave you a picture of what happens to Shepard at the end. And it was not perfect. It was still suffering from some of the narrative problems, but it was a resolution. It was mostly a satisfying ending, and I was like, that's fair. That's reasonable. I think that's reasonable. Meeting your fans halfway. It's like, hey, this is our creative vision, but we hear you and understand. I think there is a reasonable bridge you can build. The problem is we're dealing with people that are ideological wackos who don't care. This is their thing for their platform. I mean, really, the problem with wokeness is it is a revenge and narcissism cult. At its core, it is not about equality. It is about revenge. In our view, this group hurt this group, and we want revenge for that. And, well, there's no end in sight to that. So, in any case, thank you, Fu Man Blue. Persephone says the sister hated Nami because she thought Nami betrayed her. The town knew too and goes along with it to keep Nami happy. What did the town know? This could just be me misremembering part of the story. The town... You're saying in the manga the town was in on it, and they... I'm not quite following on that. On the second part. I understand the first part, and I like that element of the story. Fu Man Blue, your comment is locked. It says vamps are gay. Sophie says, Nojiko knows Nami's plan. Okay, cool. Oh, in the manga she does? Okay. So they kind of changed that in the show to kind of ham up the drama. I can see how that change would bother you. But leaving aside whether or not that was a good change or not, I just think that that's an example. That's an example of a story arc that worked. Whereas the Acolyte does not. Starfield says, whatever happened to the great female villains like Mama in Dread? Oh, Mama, as played by Lena Headey, who is a brilliant actress. She is, also played Cersei in Game of Thrones. She is also played Sarah Connor in the Sarah Connor Chronicles. She's got a lot of talent. She is a very good actor, and she gets hate for playing a really good B.I. Itch. And it's like, but that's talent, man. Cersei is a great character in Game of Thrones. And, in the show, Game of Thrones. Speaking of Game of Thrones, we got to talk about House of the Dragon, too. We have so much to talk about, my dear chat. But yeah, Nurse Ratchet from Cuckoo's Nest, Alex Forrest, Fatal Attraction, Annie Wilkes, Misery. Oh my God, I love Misery, which probably tracks because I'm an author myself. So obviously, there's a weird masochism about liking that movie, dude. Yeah, I was watching Dune Part 2, and it's like it's a love story. It's an adventure story. It's a good guy versus bad guy story. Dude, Austin Butler crushed it. Crushed it as Nabaran Fade Rotha. Fade Rotha was unbelievably good in Dune Part 2. And it's like, I think I think I like it better than the first film. It is just that last fight with Paul Atreides versus Fade Rotha is amazing, and it's classic. And I love the sort of broken heart story at the end because Paul had spoilers for Dune Part 2. But yeah, Paul chooses to marry for political power, and he breaks up essentially with Chani, and Chani is like, she won't bend the knee. And she goes out on her own, and the final image of the film is her summoning a sandworm and just riding off by herself. And I think that there's heartbreak, there's love, there's romance, there's adventure, there's battle, it's great. Modern Hollywood doesn't write that anymore. Furiosa was this close to something like that. Furiosa was like just shy of that because it's a sweeping epic of road war in the age of road war, and they won't go the full distance with the love story between, and I'm not talking about Game of Thrones crazy nudity or anything. You don't need that for a love story, but you need to see the love in the love story, And they wouldn't go that far with Furiosa, and my issue is it robbed the story of emotional weight, and it robbed the character of Furiosa of having more of an emotional core. And I think that's disappointing. Persephone says, I haven't seen the new season of The Boys yet, but I'm here for the spoilers. Okay. Well, I wish I had a lot to... This is my problem, Persephone. There's nothing to spoil. The Boys is a melodrama which delays ever having an interesting confrontation between the boys and the Supes because all it wants to do is spin a melodrama about what leftists think right-wingers are. That's basically what it is. It is them, which is what Orange is the New Black turned into. It just turned into, like the right-wingers are setting up death camps for the immigrants. It's like, what? Nobody wants that. It's, in other words, it's what their sick idea of what they're... Look, I know everything that my ideological opponents think about things because I'm curious. I don't just hear... When I hear the most whacked out, crazy, radical statement about something, my first thought is, well, number one, are they for real or is this just some sort of clickbait? But putting that aside, if I think they're being sincere, my next question is, why do they think that way? And I honestly, because part of it is like, as a writer, I really do think that part of being a writer is you want to inhabit. It's kind of a gift and a curse. I don't mean that in like a self-congratulatory way. I just mean that like sometimes being able to imagine why a villain does what a villain does is kind of unsettling. I think stepping into that mind space can sometimes take it out of you. Right. But it's part of being endlessly curious. Why does this villain think this way? Why would they? I was watching Dune Part 2. My mom was watching it, and she's a normie, and I had to twist the arm a little bit. I'm like, trust me, because I don't want to watch another, I don't want to watch a rom-com to please the room. Trust me, you'll like Dune. And she was like, it was the scene where Fade Rotha, whips out the flamethrower to just kill one of the Fremen. And they don't show it, but she was like, why would anyone do that to someone? And two things occurred to me. One is like, wow, this movie is devastatingly effective at making him a great villain, which pleased me greatly. But number two, I was uncomfortably quick, in my head, I was quick with the answer. It's like, well, humans, there is such a thing as sadism in humans, and it's an unpleasant truth. And it's like, part of being a writer is you can step into that headspace. So when I hear an ideological opinion that I disagree with, I am naturally curious why they think that way, in a somewhat non-judgmental way, too. Like, I'm willing to hear you out, so to speak. Yeah, I may think you're wrong. I may think you're out of your gourd, but I'm curious how you got there, because there, but for the grace of God, go I, as the saying goes. So I guess what I'm getting at is, why are these wackos not curious about what we think? They're not. They just paint crazy pictures of what they think, like, Trump supporters are, basically. And it's like, Trump supporters don't believe this. You know what I mean? Like, they're so bad at portraying conservative. Like for example, there's like a YouTuber in The Boys that's clearly meant to be like a Salty Cracker or someone like that. But they never portray the fact that, like, someone like Salty Cracker is funny. He's hilarious. Half the shit he's saying is sarcastic and he's joking. And they can't even get that right. It's always like, oh, I'm a really angry right-winger. And it's like, that's not... So my problem with The Boys is they are not telling a story about evil superheroes versus the boys. They are delaying a confrontation while they mulch over their sick, whacked-out theories about what they think their ideological opponents are. Because make no mistake, if you are anything less than radical woke, this show hates your guts. They despise you. They don't want to share a country with you. They think you're everything wrong with the world. Like this show, and that's actually not the deal breaker for me. I'm fine with watching shows that hate me. Half the shows I watch hate my guts. Hate my guts. But if they're well written, I can watch it anyway. My problem with The Boys is there's no real confrontation. I'm tired of every scene being Homelander just mulching over his emotional issues. I'm so tired of that. Like, it's not entertaining. And this leads me to House of the Dragon, because House of the Dragon, I am hearing disturbing Chris Gore, hat tip film threat. Chris Gore was on Friday Night Tights on Nerdrotic last Friday, and he said something that made my heart sink. What he said was, he has seen the first 2 episodes of House of the Dragon, and he was let down. And he's like, things happen. However, it felt like more should have happened. And you know what's funny is, as someone who has watched every episode of Game of Thrones that has ever aired, I immediately am like, uh-oh. This was my problem with the original Game of Thrones show. Out of every 2 episodes of Game of Thrones, 1 would be really good. The other would be a bunch of filler that was wasting my time. In fact, I literally would go back and forth within a season. I hate the show, I love the show. I hate the show, I love the show. I could never decide with Game of Thrones, right up until the end. I could not decide if I hated or loved that show. People would come to be like, oh man, did you see Game of Thrones? It was so good. And I was like, yeah. And they'd be like, what, you don't like it? Well, I do like it. But, and the issue is, 45 minutes of a Game of Thrones episode is a bunch of people talking in circles about their plans, walking through the garden or something, and mulching over Joffrey's latest depredations. And then 15 minutes of the episode is sometimes something crazy exciting happening, such as the Purple Wedding or whatever. And I hate that shell game. I hate that shell game that the show played. Now, House of the Dragon Season 1, I felt the first couple episodes were a little bit slow, and I was starting to worry. I was like, I don't know. But it found its stride, and it landed well, and it was really good. But here's what I realized. The only reason I am so patient with Season 1 of House of the Dragon is because I recognized that this whole season is going to be the setup for the war. Which means I am trusting you, show. I'm trusting you that if I invest all of my time in this season and then all the time waiting for the next season to come out, Season 2 is going to be the war. The war. So when I hear Chris Gore say, not quite enough happened, this is sounding like the original Game of Thrones, where it's like every episode is like 45 minutes of talk, a little bit of a hint to string you along to the next episode, and nothing happens. And I'm like, oh, if that's what this is, I'm going to be so disappointed. I'm going to be so frustrated, and I will be done with anything. If this show lets me down, I am out. I don't care what Game of Thrones things they announce. As was right, I am out. I will never touch a Game of Thrones anything again. Least of all the book. I will never touch those books. I've never read the books. I will never touch those books. Ever. Because I do not want... first of all, I have no respect for an author who, if he won't finish the work, won't just hire someone to do it. That would be George R. R. Martin. So that's number one. But number two, it's like, well, I just, well, that's pretty much it. That's pretty much it. Stoffier says, I'm glad you were better than me and were respectful to BioWare. I, on the other hand, threw my toys out of my pram. The air was blue with my language, and the new ending was shit. Well, in a sense, Stoffier, I was relying on fans like you to do my dirty work. That's basically what it was. I'm gonna be the good cop, but I'm gonna secretly be excited that thousands of fans are just ripping the shit out of BioWare. That was kind of a watershed moment in fandom, because that was the first real occasion of like a social media fan backlash motivating change by a corporation. I mean, I don't think that's ever happened. Maybe there were similar things around that time, but that was like, what was that, 2011-ish? That wasn't a thing in the 90s. That wasn't a thing in the 80s. Sure, you could write angry fan mail, but like that was never going to get a show changed. You were never going to get like a Snyder cut. You were never going to get things like that back in the days before the internet and social media. So that was like a really strange moment in which, and I felt it at the time. I was like, this is strange. I've never been able to like go on the Facebook page of a creator, essentially, of a work and put them on blast in real time that I'm not happy with the ending. Like, that's strange to be able to do that. And it was massive. The backlash to BioWare was massive. So I write a very eloquent and respectful and constructive letter, and I maintain the moral high ground. And you, Stoffier, you read them the riot act. And it's a tidy little arrangement we have. Persephone says, I'm biracial, and I've never thought that Star Wars wasn't diverse. The diversity is what drew me to Star Wars, Star Trek, and sci-fi in the 80s onward. Sci-fi has always been diverse. Yeah, there's something I frequently say on the show, Persephone, which is, we nerds are the original aspirants to diversity. We are the ones that were interested. Why were the jocks sticking us in the lockers? Why were they pointing and laughing at our Star Wars shirt or our Star Trek shirt, or the fact that, we went to a park in the, not on Halloween and dressed as a Ghostbuster for no reason and got made fun of for that? Why were we doing that? I mean, I'm not saying I did that. I'm saying I've seen it happen. And because we were the curious ones. We liked doing things like Dungeons and Dragons, imagining elves and humans learning to put aside their differences and work together. Star Trek, where it's like different cultures joining together in this enlightened federation, and all people are judged on merit. And by the way, Star Trek, Star Wars, these are Western values. These are Western civilization values of individuality and meritocracy. That is what the original Star Trek was. It was about individual. It's the single unit of humanity is the individual. The individual is automatically equal to all other beings. That is a very Western civilization, American English common law, Greek democracy idea, democratic ideal, which is being destroyed by the woke movement, by the way, because that's not what they believe. They believe in a racialized identity group collectivism that is very different than that idea. So Star Trek is antithetical to wokeness, and I will die on that hill. It is. I'm talking, of course, of the original 5 series, Next Gen, Voyager, Deep Space Nine, Enterprise. Those were dedicated to the ideals of the individual's right under the law, under equality, etc. We were the ones that wanted to see other worlds, other cultures, other beings. We were the ones that wanted to role play fantasy beings, that looked different than other people. We were the ones that wanted to read those stories. We wanted to read stories about time travelers. Since the 1800s, H.G. Wells, we wanted to read stories about time travelers who went backwards in time and forwards in time to learn the mysteries of humanity. We, the nerds, we wanted that. We are the ones that have always thirsted for knowledge and understanding. We are the ones whose stories are filled with hot babes with swords. That has never been in short supply in nerd spaces, ever. Xena Warrior Princess, hello? Like, come on. That has always been a part of nerddom. That's always been a part of fandom. I would argue the nerds are the ones that invented badass babes. Let's face it. Let's face it, folks. Only a nerd has the kind of weaponized autism to draw a whole comic book in which there's an island of Amazonian women's that are babes and are super badass. We did that. You know what I'm saying? And then a bunch of wacko jocks indoctrinated into a secular cult suddenly decided that we always hated all that stuff and that all of our stuff was bad. And they stuffed us in the locker, took it all away from us, and now they're ruining it and turning it into weird witch covens. It's insane. We are literally, it's like someone has invaded our house, thrown us out, and changed all the locks. And we're like, hello. They're like, you don't live here. That's what it's like. It's like we're the ones that wanted multiple, I'll never forget this. I was in college years ago. And this is in the early 2000s before like wokeness had gone crazy. But colleges, campuses have always been, a little out there. And I just remember I joined a multicultural group. The group was a multicultural group, right? It was the idea of like, oh, we're people from, we're just bringing together all the different nationalities and ethnicities to, because there were like exchange students from Japan and stuff like that. And so that was the idea of the group. We just get in a room and it's just about exchanging culture, right? And I'll never forget. And I thought the idea was tolerance. Everybody is welcome. We're all curious. And everybody gets a fair hearing. At the time, the French were being very, very snooty towards America because of the war in Afghanistan and all that stuff. And I thought that was a little bit ungrateful of them after our efforts in World War II. It was a dumb comment, but I just basically said, I called the French cowards, okay? No offense to any French listening. I take it back. It was said in the heat of passion, and it was somewhat facetious, but I said the French are cowards. You should have seen the you would call her woke now, but the leader of the group, she went ballistic on me. No, that is bad. That is hurtful language. Nobody should say that. And I was like, what? It's just, and to her credit, there was another organizer of the group who said, oh, well, he's entitled to his opinion. And nobody else cared, by the way. Everyone in the group, all the students were like, yeah, sure, whatever. Nobody cared. It was just, I triggered the hell out of this. And I suddenly was like, I thought we were here to exchange ideas. I thought the purpose of being, this is how young and naive I was. I thought the purpose of being on this campus was the exchange of ideas and hot debate, hotly contested topics and things like that. I was just being the captain. Well, I was a lieutenant junior grade in those days. But in any case, I had not yet earned the rank of captain through many years of fictional nautical service. And it was a disappointing moment for me. I suddenly realized that, oh yeah, so multiculturalism and tolerance does not really mean tolerance. That's not really what it means. It was just interesting. I still went to the group for a good while, and I enjoyed it. Made some friends. It was fun. Footman Blue says, I know the boys is woke, but I love it. I shout and flip off the screen a lot, but I have a great time. This is the thing, Footman Blue, and I like Gen V. I thought Gen V was a pretty good show, and I enjoyed it pretty much the whole way through. It's not the fact that it is woke. And actually, see, the funny thing is, it doesn't actually make me angry. Like, what was, There is a lot of the racial narrative in The Boys this season because there's a character. I actually like this character a lot. She's really interesting. Her name is Sister Sage, and she's basically like the Reed Richards of the world. She's like, she doesn't have any actual physical superpowers that I've seen, but she's the smartest person in the world, because every time someone says she's the smartest woman in the world, she says person, smartest person in the world. but the idea is she's just genius. Like, she is a super genius. She's the smartest person on earth, and Homelander needs her because he's surrounded by all these sycophants who just tell him what he wants to hear, but she will tell him the truth to his face, and because she's so smart, she'll be right. And there was a scene where they go to like some convention, and it's clearly meant to be like a convention of right wingers, like Alex Jones audience types. You know, that's basically us. That's basically it. If you're in the Fellowship, they're talking about you. And the idea is like, oh, these are a bunch of conspiracy theory wackos. And like, they just show all of the ideas, so this character, Sister Sage, who hates that she's called sister, because you just have to put sister in it because I'm a black woman, right? I thought that's pretty funny, actually. Well, it does make fun of like white liberals. That's basically, the show does roast white liberals a lot, because a lot of the problems are caused by white liberals who are forcing all this stuff on all. Oh my God. Oh, I forgot. There's a part where they go by a bathroom at a VOT convention, and there's a bathroom that is a multi-gendered bathroom, you know, and it says Queen Maeve's multi-gendered bathroom. And I just was dying because like Queen Maeve hates it that they force on her that she's the lesbian, right? She's so stunning, she's so brave, and she hates this. And so of course they attach her name to the multi-gendered bathroom. So that's pretty funny. I'm pretty okay with that. But like, it's so I don't really care that they hate, you know, they hate anyone that's like, I would say, left of absolute woke insanity, or I should say right of absolute woke insanity. But what's funny to me is they say things that are not accurate. Like, she says, so Sister Sage, who was she talking to? She was talking to, I think it was Annie, Starlight. She was talking to Starlight. And Sister Sage says to Annie, you just, I think that's correct. She says, you just hate me because I'm a black woman who's smarter than you, and your whiteness can't handle that. And I was just like, but the show presents that as if that's really how right-wingers think. You know, it's like we're threatened by the idea is that you're just threatened by the fact that people of different races are smarter than you or whatever. And I hear stuff like that, and I just think, this is pathetic. This is pathetic, because this is not an accurate picture. Like, it's like when George R. R. Martin says, America hates immigrants. What? Go to any town in America. You will see people of all different walks of life. In the smallest town in America, you will encounter someone who is who is an immigrant from another country. Nobody, except for, a fringe, tiny minority. Yes, they're out there. There's wackos on all sides of the spectrum, but by and large, nobody thinks this way in America. Not really. Not really. It's that the issue is illegal immigration is the difference. That's a different thing. But see, that's my problem is as Eric July so eloquently puts it, they are arguing with opinions we do not have, which is why I find The Boys funny. That's not my problem with it. I actually don't care about that, because Gen V had plenty of that. What bothers me is nothing is happening. Nothing is happening. Why did they drop 3 episodes? They dropped 3 episodes at once of The Boys. Why did they do that? Because they know it's boring. I'm telling you, nothing happened in that first episode. Barely anything happens in the second episode. Most of the show is Billy Butcher acting like a teenage drama queen and having little CW melodramas with all the characters. It's like, he's like, oh, I'm a no good piece of shit. And they're like, yeah, you are, Butcher. You're a no good piece of shit. And he's like, but I want to help you. I've got to help you. Let me help you. Get out of here, Butcher. You suck. You suck, Butcher. He's like, I've screwed up everyone I've ever loved. I've screwed up everything, and I got to do right. I got to do right by people. And I'm like, oh my God, we had 3 seasons of this. 3 seasons of Butcher mulching over his emotional baggage. I don't need a 4th season of that. I do not want a fourth season of Homelander, wanting titty milk. I don't want that, okay? What I want to see is the boys fighting superheroes. That's what I want. That I want to see Butcher kicking ass. And what I would say is, literally 3 episodes, folks. All 3 episodes, the subplot in all 3 episodes of The Boys season 4 so far have been about the boys and the soups dealing with right-wing conventions and just right-wing problems and like right-wing characters there's like a whole episode where it's about the boys going to this right-wing conspiracy theory conference. And it's like, I see all you want to do is have a show about this. That you don't want to have a show that's critiquing superheroes or deconstructing them. You just want a show where you can bitch about right-wingers. That's all this show is. So my problem is not that they hate right-wingers. My problem is I want to see a show that's interesting. I hear where you're coming from, Fu Man. I can't. 4 seasons, man. I don't even know if I'm going to watch the next episode, quite frankly. I love Anthony Starr as Homelander. I love this character. I mean, not because I agree with him or I condone anything he does. He's a piece of shit, but he's a fascinating piece of shit to watch. But I love Billy Butcher, and I think it was Henry Dean Morgan. Am I getting that? Who plays one of the CIA guys? I'm kind of interested in what he's up to. What? Oh, they turned Frenchie full on gay, which now the problem with that is not that he's gay. The problem with that is he was not gay in 3 seasons. Like, it's ridiculous. They just want to have a gay romance and they just changed the character just so they could have it. And it's a really cloying and melodramatic romance at that. And it's really bugging me. So there you go. Persephone says, the Conservative Party are the new Democrats. We don't care who you love, how you dress, as long as they are wearing clothes concealing their privates. I mean, that's nice. Leave the kids alone and migrate here legally. Yeah, it's like you at a basic level, it is funny to me how we constantly, it's like we respect the law when it's going our way. And when it's not going our way, the laws are unjust. Okay, fine. Persephone says, GRRM seems like the type of man that hates his... Oh, George R. R. Martin hates his fandom. He probably has the novels finished and he won't get them until he dies because he doesn't want to face backlash from the fandom. I mean, it's an interesting theory. My personal theory is it's resistance. That would be the term that Stephen Pressfield, author of The War of Art, and many other great books, fiction and otherwise... that is his term for what artists, creatives, entrepreneurs face. No matter how long they've been doing what they do, like they face resistance, which is as he puts it, a force of the universe that exists to prevent us from doing our work. And it takes many forms. It takes the form of fear of failure, fear of success, fear of rejection, arrogance, pride, ego, vanity. I mean, all of those things can be a form of resistance, and procrastination is a result of resistance, for example. I think George R. R. Martin is in a box. I think he's in a pickle because he saw what the reception was of Game of Thrones Season 8. It's possible that it's closer to his notes than he'd like to admit. I mean, our theory generally as fans of the show, if you are, to the extent that you are, has been that Dan and Dave, that would be Dave Weiss and Dan Benioff, screwed the pooch. And they had some outlines from George R. R. Martin, but they went off the reservation and they did a bunch of dumb crap and ruined Martin's vision. Now, that's, I think, generally what fans believe. It's possible that they actually kind of nailed it, and that was exactly what George R. R. Martin would. And if that's the case, that's a humdinger right there, because he's going to be thinking, oh no, I thought this was genius, and an entire fandom are enraged. And the only reason they're not mad at me is because they think I didn't write it. Damn, how could you face that? Oh man, facing that blinking cursor would be hell. However, I think the most likely scenario is that George R. R. Martin started out as a TV writer, I think. I think that's where he cut his teeth, and then he shifted into writing novels because he wanted to tell a story that had no constrictions of budget a TV show, you can't make it as big and grand as you want it. So he switched to novels. The novels took off after many years of toil and work. And now he can do whatever he wants. Whatever he wants. He can write his own ticket. He can spend the rest of his life writing TV now, which I think is kind of what he really, with almost any budget at his fingertips, compared to what he would have had years ago. I think that's kind of where his heart really is. And I think that sitting down to face work that maybe is no longer what you're most interested in doing, which has looming over it the shadow of the total failure of Game of Thrones Season 8, the terrible reception, and the pressure that all the fans they're banking on the fact that your book will fix the ending to the show. That is a lot to live up to. And that's just the extra, right? I think any author in his position, endings are hard as an author, because landing that bird, that is a humdinger. In terms of that, resistance is always the worst when you're close to the end. If you're a writer, you'll usually be getting close to your final chapters of the book, and resistance will get worse. You'll start to have an existential crisis. The whole book it doesn't work. It's all shit. And trust me, that's when you know you're close to finishing, because it's just how it is. You just got to push through that. It's easier said than done. I just think Martin is facing resistance, and he needs to hire someone. He needs to hire a ghostwriter to write it for him. And he can advise and do outlines, and he can have the final say and all of that stuff, but there's no shame in that at all. I think that's what he should do, but it's a lot to live up to. It's a lot to live up to. Stafford, he says, I wore a Hoover on my back and pretended to be a Ghostbuster. I had a salute to Stafford, a true nerd. I admire you. I went to a park in a Ghostbusters jumpsuit as a kid. I was like 12 years old or something. Let's just say children can be unkind. They're like, what are you doing? I'm a Ghostbuster. Fu Man Blue says, yeah, it's just another weird dynamic playing out in this little microcosm that has been upended by DEI. And Tom is in the chat. I see you, Tom. Ahoy. Storm Crowe. Happy Father's Day. Oh, thank you for reminding me, Storm Crowe. I must call the old man. Hope you're having a good day, sir. I am. Wow. You guys are... I'm just going to let you talk amongst yourselves. Let's get into one of our topics, though. Star Fury says, I wasn't a child when I wore a Hoover on my back. Oh, no. Oh, Star Fury. You're just going to put that on the internet, huh? All right. All right. No, I respect it. I really do. I respect it a lot. Okay. Mr. Producer, where is my stack of stuff? I had it pulled up and I moved it. I moved it on myself. Here it is. Stack of stuff. I probably am not even going to get through half of this because I've got leftovers from last week as well. I don't even know where I want to go first here. Let's do a Grizzy video. I want to do a Grizzy video. I really feel like it's time. If you don't know, there is a type of human which is unusual in the human genome. They are people who enjoy Disney Star Wars. Worse than that, they enjoy anything Disney makes because Disney said so. And the more abusive Disney is toward them and the intellectual property they love, the more excuses they make, the more that they attack critics of Disney by proxy, and the more they ask Disney to continue the punishment. And they say, step on my face, Disney, Vader on me again. That's what they want. They love it. They're called shills. And they make me sick. So sick, in fact, I cannot study them. It's too difficult, folks. It's like studying a radioactive element. You've got to keep your distance. But there is a man who can. There is a man, he is the Star-Spangled Man, a man named Grizzy. Grizzy is unusual in the fact that he has a doctoral thesis and degree in the study of the Shill. And he collects, records, observes all of their behaviors in the wild, and he assembles them into research pieces that are carefully curated for posterity so that we can understand the Shill, so that we can diagnose the Shill and prevent the condition of shillery by proxy from infecting the rest of humanity. Grizzy is a servant of humanity, and so without further ado, Grizzy, please, what do you have for us today on the Shills?
Saying that this is the episode 3, which would be the final nail in the coffin of Star Wars. And I was like...
She's saying, I cut off the beginning. She's saying, this is what critics are saying.
Why would anybody say that? Why would anybody say that?
Why would anybody say that?
1. The power of 2. The power of many.
Oh my God.
I carried them. I created them.
You have to be careful with scissors.
You can't go. We're stuck here now. It's not up to you. You can't stop me. Yes, I can. How? I'll kill you.
The dialogue in this show, oh my God, it is a next level of dumb. I said this would be the worst Star Wars show. Folks, it's the worst Disney Plus show ever created. This show is, the writing is, they have lowered the bar again. It's impressive.
Boy, that escalated quickly.
The Acolyte, Episode 3, one of the most disappointing Star Wars episodes ever made.
Why would anybody say that?
I'm good, yeah, I'm feeling alright. Baby, I'ma have the best fucking night of my life.
We've reached the 3rd episode of The Acolyte, and this one really surprised me in a good way.
Yes, just like anal stimulation surprises you in a good way.
I did think this episode was like a B-, which totally good.
This is a really good story that's being told.
Yeah, man, this was a great episode.
God, I love this episode. This might be personally my favorite so far.
Well, I hate to be the bearer of bad news. Just kidding, I love it. But according to the ratio of your positive Acolyte Episode 3 review, most of your own viewers didn't even like this episode.
Stings, doesn't it? The majority of people have really liked it. The critic reviews have been really good.
I was like, oh, this is compelling stuff. Like, this is actually, like, compelling to me.
You must be on crack.
Man, I really enjoy...
Dude, I feel like Agent Smith in the Matrix Revolutions, you know? When Neo's having the big, like, Dragon Ball Z fight with Agent Smith, you know, up in the clouds. And he knocks Neo down. He knocks Neo to the ground, and he beats the crap out of him and drives him into the dirt. And Neo is kind of struggling to get up. And Agent Smith just says, why? Why do you do it, Mr. Anderson? Why get up? Why fight? And it's like, I love that whole, this is how I feel about the Shills. You know, I hear them say, oh, it's good, man. It's great. Most people I'm like, it's the Agent Smith thing. Why? Why do it? Why do you persist? Why do you persist? There's nothing to like about this show. I'm being serious. Nothing in this show has any weight at all. And why? What do you like in it, Shill? But we must, folks, we must study the species. We must study them.
What this episode was trying to do and what it was trying to accomplish.
Dude, this is one of the good ones. I said this is one of the good Shills. he's the token good Shill. No, I have a modicum of respect for this Shill, because this is the Shill who accidentally recognized how stupid it is that Ezra would not accept his lightsaber from Sabine in the Ahsoka show. He was the one that Ahsoka was trying to hand Ezra his lightsaber. You know, it's been years, 10 years, he's been lost in space. He's seen nobody. He's been living on an island. He's cast away. He's got a volleyball with a bloody handprint that he's been talking to for years. Here's his old lightsaber in his hands again. And what does Ezra say? No, you keep it, Sabine. A Jedi's ally. And this is the guy that was like, wait, what? I mean, great. So I have sympathy for this Shill.
You appreciate what they were trying to do, which is fundamentally change what the Force is, go full on Force is female, tarnish the significance of Anakin Skywalker, and shit all over George Lucas's canon.
I liked it, and I liked that it challenges the lore.
And what these people mean when they say challenges the lore is that they appreciate when Disney breaks canon.
Pathetic. You're a freak.
All right, enough blind praise with zero substance. Let's get to the good stuff.
All right, so anyway, she says that the galaxy is not kind to women who wield the Force. And let me tell you, a lot of Star Wars fans aren't either.
Here we go. Okay, so I can definitely see why a certain vocal minority will be up in arms at this episode, mostly because it features almost exclusively women.
You know, it's amazing that these people think that after 2 completely ratioed trailers and a current Rotten Tomatoes audience score sitting at 20, that we are still the minority.
As expected, some of the discourse from the vocal minority who just don't seem to like anything with women or people of color in it.
What an idiot.
See, I say this all the time. I am not angry, in theoretically speaking, of course, because I don't know that I think these people do love it, but assuming that they actually do love this crap, this garbage, embarrassing, pathetic crap that they have the audacity to call a show. I'm not offended that people like that, because frankly, we all have our guilty pleasures. I am the first to admit that. What bothers me is how they are lying in a very malicious way. Cough button for just... They are lying in a very malicious way about what's actually going on. They're saying that people hate women. It's so ridiculous. It is so ridiculous that they say this. It's like Princess Leia is like one of the greatest irritations about Princess Leia's portrayal in the sequel trilogy was what? That they took away from her royalty. She's no longer Princess Leia. She's now General Leia. It's like, she's Princess Leia. She's royalty. Like, we want that because we like that. It's so ridiculous that they say this. You know, one of my favorite characters, my favorite character in Deep Space Nine, Major Kira. That is my favorite character, Major Kira Nerys. I love her story from beginning to end. She's a freedom fighter who now finds herself in civilization, but she doesn't have any of the skills for civilized society. She's got to learn all that. She was denied a childhood. She was denied having a happy life, and now she's slowly finding that. She's rediscovering her humanity. She's learning to lead. And the end of her story is that she must put aside her hatred for the old enemy to defeat the Dominion. It's brilliant, folks. It's brilliant. We, the nerds, we are the ones that love those characters. This is such a lie. This is such a vicious, divisive, disgusting thing to say. And they say it over and over and over. And they claim we're the toxic ones. They claim we're toxic. They are lying that people are racist because they think a bunch of weird-looking lesbian witches chanting is not fun TV. Oh, we're the bad guys here. It's crap, folks. So, screw this show.
I will say,
I'm just having fun. I'm having a good time with the shills. But screw them.
I think it's going to be very hard for Disney to cast upcoming Star Wars projects because this level of hate just isn't worth it, even for up-and-coming actors. Like poor Lee Jung-jae.
Oh, don't! Grace Randolph! John, this woman is unbelievable. Grace Randolph her takes are just the slimiest, oiliest takes. You have me on this record, Captain Garrett, your dutiful host. Your compassionate host, Captain Garrett, is on record in previous weeks saying Lee Jung-jae he's like one of only 3 good actors on the show. Lee Jung-jae, Charlie Barnett, surprised me as much as you. He's a good actor. Well, at least he's the best thing going. And Carrie-Anne Moss. Those are the only 3 actors of talent, AOCs. Those are the only 3 actors of talent on the show. And what did I say? I said Lee Jung-jae in my review, which is live on this channel, by the way, if you want to watch it, of episode 1. He's the only one in the show that has real Jedi energy to me. The problem is, all of his lines are crap and the story is garbage. That's not his fault. I even said of like Charlie Barnett, look, dude, it's not your fault that your character is written the way he's written. He could pull off a character with some daring do. He could pull off a kind of masculine Jedi hero. He could do that. Unfortunately, he's never going to get the opportunity in this dog shit show. So she says this. What a freaking lie. By the way, God, it vexes me. It vexes me. Do you know what Squid Game, a show I love, and I loved Lee Jung-jae in that show. Do you know what Squid Game had, or rather what it did not have? What Squid Game did not have was diversity. Do you know what else Squid Game, a show I love, did not have? Representation. I was not represented in a show with an all-Korean cast, all in foreign language, although they did dub it, right? Did I watch it in dub or subtitles? I think I watched it in dub. Anyway, foreign show, all Korean actors, all Korean characters, no diversity in that cast because everyone in the cast is Korean, which is very racist if you ask me. I was not represented. I could not see myself in the show by their way of thinking. Honestly, I don't even agree with that. I don't even agree with that. The whole time I'm watching that show, what am I imagining? Imagine if I were a contestant in this show, what would I do? So that's not even, that makes no sense at all. That makes no sense at all. That like, I could not see myself. I could not see myself represented in a Korean show. The show was brilliant. Squid Game was brilliant. Godzilla -1. Let me tell you something. Grace Randolph, a.k.a. Chlamydia Burns, as Grizzy correctly calls you. Godzilla -1 had zero non-Japanese actors in it. Every single character and actor in that film is a Japanese person in Japan speaking Japanese. Screw the dub version. I will only watch it in Japanese with subtitles ever. Those characters in that film meant more to me than almost any white character I have seen in any American movie in the last 4 years, with very few exceptions. So, with great disrespect, Chlamydia Burns, Grace Randolph, screw you, okay? Screw you. I don't want you anywhere near the films I love, because you would ruin them with your sick worldview. A sick worldview that posits that the only way anyone can enjoy a character in a fictional work is if that character is of their same race. Think of how sick that is. I mean, folks, think of that. Think of how sick it is to say, if this character is not my race, I can't identify with them. I don't think that way. I will never think that way. It's ridiculous. How dare they? How dare they lie about us this way? How dare they lie and spin? Why? Why, Grace? Is it so worth it to you to preserve this bizarre ideology, this weird religion, the religion of woke, the religion of diversity? Yes, the power of one, the power of many. Amen.
Coming off of Squid Game, doing a great job on The Acolyte, and for what? First of all, no one is going after Lee Jung-jae or any of these actors personally. However, I will say this, Chlamydia Burns, Grace Randolph, if it does keep away some of these activist directors and activist showrunners, that is a good thing at the end of the day, and I'll take it.
You know, acting like children in the lead up to this show, just because, again, they seem to have an issue with anything that's not revolving around a straight white male lead.
God, honest to God, I don't want to share a society with wackos like this. I have nothing in common with someone who thinks this way. I don't want to have association with anyone like this. I don't want to talk to anyone like this. How fucking dare you? How fucking dare you say things like that? It's so insanely, I mean, just, it's very frustrating. I want to play it again.
These activist directors and activist showrunners, that is a good thing at the end of the day, and I'll take it.
You know, acting like children in the lead up to this show, just because, again, they seem to have an issue with anything that's not revolving around a straight white male lead.
Who is acting like children, sir? Madam Marit. I don't know how you identify, and I would not presume. Who is acting like the child? You who can't accept that most people who've watched this show don't like it, you can't accept that. Why aren't you defending the show on its merits? You tell me, sir, Madam Marit, why you think it's good. Why don't you forget for a second? You know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of the Deep Space Nine episode, okay? Have you ever seen this episode called Waltz? It's one of the best episodes in the series. Star Trek Deep Space Nine. The episode is called Waltz. It's about Captain Benjamin Sisko, who, by the way, was not a black man to me. He was just a captain. He was just a captain. That's what I saw him as, a Starfleet officer. That was what Captain Benjamin Sisko was to me when I watched that show. Okay. Because I don't think in those terms like wackos. Now, anyway, Captain Benjamin Sisko is trapped on the planet with Gul Dukat, who is like the mass-murdering Cardassian psychopath. They are old rivals, nemesis, and they're stuck and they're waiting for rescue, and they're just locked in a cave together. It's a fantastic episode. It's all psychological drama. It's one of the most brilliant episodes of the show. In the episode, Gul Dukat is suffering from the beginnings of a psychotic break because he is hallucinating that all the people who have humiliated him in his life are there speaking to him. So he sees Major Kira laughing at him. He sees his Gul Dumar, who's like his right-hand man, who's like kind of propping him up and agreeing with all of his insane beliefs. Yes, the captain doesn't respect you, Gul Dukat. You're a great man. He just doesn't see it, right? So he's hallucinating all these people talking to him while he's talking to Sisko. And he gets more and more unhinged as the episode goes on. Well, he reaches a point where he's arguing with Sisko about how his war crimes weren't really war crimes. And he yells at Sisko, "But I'm trying to explain to you, Captain, why I was justified. But Major Kira won't shut up." And I love it because Sisko knows he's off his rocker. And Sisko just doesn't want to get murdered by the guy. So he kind of just says, hey, Gul Dukat, let's pretend that the Major isn't even here, which is a great line because she's not. It's so funny. I love that line. As let's pretend the Major's not even here, and let's just you and I talk. This is how I feel with this shill. He's like, oh, all these racist white men who hate that there's no straight men in it. Oh, they're ruining everything. I'm like, hey, buddy, let's pretend that those evil white supremacists aren't even here. Let's just you and me talk. What's your issue, bud? Get it off your chest.
Can't wait to see what discourse Nerdrotic comes up with this week.
Dude! Oh, jeez! This chick is more of an OnlyFans girl every time. She's like, what is... I mean, I'm not complaining. I'm just observing. She's a little more scantily clad than the last time. Not complaining.
As he...
By the way, this is the guy. This is the guy that Grizzy's like. Does anyone get the feeling that he's in an open marriage, but it's only for her? Like it's an open marriage, but really only on her end in practice.
Continues to grift that corner of the internet for money.
Wow, taking a shot at Nerdrotic, ladies and gentlemen, calling him
1 million
a grifter.
subs.
As he continues to grift that corner of the internet for money.
Yeah.
For beliefs that I genuinely think he does not honestly hold.
Wow, so you're accusing Nerdrotic of being a fake. You're accusing him of being a fraud. This guy has, what, thousands of action figures and comic books? Knows his shit to the point that he's appeared on Piers Morgan. And you're trying to label him a fake and a fraud.
Good luck. Do you want to start doing grift content so that we make more money?
No.
We could make more money. We just have to be racist.
And it's kind of like, you know what? If you don't enjoy it, just stop watching it.
Why don't you...
Believe me, this is the last one. I'm not watching any more Star Wars after this. I don't have any more of this in me. I literally, it's an absolute struggle. It is a struggle just to watch the episode so I can write my review and record. It's like, God, dude, the keyboard is radioactive. I'm really struggling with this. However, because the access media and giant corporations are lying and colluding to censor speech, remove dislike buttons, get comments removed, get people false flagged and deplatformed. A giant corporation is colluding and has colluded to censor people's criticism of their show and further use the influence of their platform to defame and lie about the entire fan base as racist, misogynist. No, sir, madam, or it. I will not be relenting on my criticism. I will be firing a full broadside. This show deserves ridicule, it deserves humiliation, and it deserves defeat. And we as the fans, make your next woke trash fire Disney. We will inflict defeat after defeat after defeat. Roll tape.
You stop watching it. I mean, you and the rest of your pals in this video clearly aren't having fun. We are having fun trashing this shit. Are you having fun ripping on Disney Star Wars and watching them cry, whine, complain, and get triggered?
This lady is like, she's the face of all left-wing trigger. She's the face of like all for all eternity. It's amazing. That expression is everything you ever need to know about. You know what? Whenever someone says, can you define wokeness? I just want to show them this picture. This is wokeness. Just look at the image. That is wokeness. Okay?
Smash the like button if you are.
Do it.
Do it. Do it.
Oh, John Williams. Oh my God, I know it's just a piece of that score is, dude, that piece of music I think is the best music in the entire Star Wars saga. I'm serious. That scene, Order 66, I've said it before, it blew me away when I saw that in the theater. Second favorite Star Wars film, Revenge of the Sith. One more time just because I'll sneak it in there. It's so good.
And get triggered? Smash the like button if you are.
Do it.
Father, they were carried by Mother Coral, they were created by Mother Anastasia. I absolutely think we're meant to think of Anakin's birth in this moment.
Fans feel this undercuts Anakin's specialness and his uniqueness. But I actually think that it...
You know, honestly, Chlamydia Burns, you can tell I'm a little guilty. I prefer Grizzy to say it, but I'm just going to say it. All right, yeah, Miss Randolph, actually, I consider it to be irrelevant to Anakin. I consider this show to be irrelevant to anything because it's nothing. This show is too stupid to exist without the name Star Wars. If this were The Acolyte Rebel Moon by Zack Snyder, you would not care. You wouldn't care.
It makes him even more special. No! And it deepens and heightens the lore around that aspect of his character.
Why is that? Because it leaves open the possibility in your headcanon that Shmi Skywalker is a lesbian and got knocked up with the thread?
Well, now that makes Anakin less special because of that. I'm not really going to have that same criticism just because this is a very different thing. This is very separate from those movies. I know it's the same universe technically, but
who cares if it breaks canon or ruins characters because
there are only 6 Star Wars films.
We're getting more content, more Star Wars content, right?
I don't really, when I'm watching this, I'm not constantly thinking about how it fits into the larger universe. Like, I don't really care.
What?
I just want a good story here.
Yeah, screw George Lucas and his legacy because we got Disney Star Wars trying to indoctrinate people's kids.
It's not the end of the world, right?
You know, based on what we know about...
Dude, that is a dead giveaway. Listen, this is a perfect example. That is such a shill, newspeak, doublespeak way of... That's the Orwellian language of the shill. Because he knows, folks. He knows it's crap. And he's like, it's not a big deal. How did he say it?
Star Wars, trying to indoctrinate people's kids.
It's not the end of the world, right?
It's not. It's not the end of the world. Dude, that tells you right there. He knows it's dog shit, folks. He knows it's dog shit.
You know, based on what we know about the other versions is, the sets of twins, maybe
these two actors that play the twins, my God, folks. I mean, it's always difficult with child actors to get, getting a good performance from a child actor is not easy. Spielberg is kind of famous for being able to do it. These are some of the worst child actors I've ever seen. No offense to the no offense to the kids. I will just say this. I don't, even if they had acting talent, it's so badly written, but it's cringe, folks. This episode gave me Toddlers in Tiaras vibes. Like, it reminded me of those wacko parents that put their little daughters into these pageants when they're like 4 years old, and it creeped me out, this episode. I'm telling you, it's like every level it was creepy. It was the meta and the in-world, like the in-story element of the Jedi and the witches fighting over the fate of these two girls. There are no other children in this compound either. They're the two girls that are the key to everything. And it's like, and the weird obsession that every adult has of these two girls in the story, that was creepy. But then without an explanation of what's actually going on in the larger picture, this episode defaces the Jedi pretty irrevocably, I think. But at the meta level, the weird pedestal that they're being put on without having earned it is creepy as hell. It really is.
That's why Anakin himself is divided between the light side and the dark side, which I find fascinating. Like, that's why he's split right down the middle.
She has absolutely no idea what she's talking about, as you're about to see here.
Well, first off, there's already been another set of twins created by the Force in the animated show Star Wars Visions, another Force dyad, a male and female like Kylo Ren and Rey.
Star Wars Visions is not canon, which she got roasted for in her own comment section. And you know what else she got? Massively, and I mean massively, ratioed for her Star Wars The Acolyte
Really? Wow, that's interesting. Her own audience is turning on her. People who enjoy her opinions are like 5-1. Nah.
Episode 3 Disney Shill review. And of course, like all these other Disney Star Wars shills defending the Acolyte, you gotta make sure to cry racism.
Now, I didn't see anyone complaining about the Star Wars Visions situation, which is literally exactly the same.
No one even saw Visions. Who saw Visions? No one saw Visions.
Although, of course, different ethnicity.
Like, I love queer shit.
I love when Star Wars is weird and gay, so...
You got a lot of problems, don't you?
Maybe some people have an issue because we have lesbians in Star Wars. God forbid everybody lose their mind.
Because it's got two moms, and a lot of people have a problem with that.
We got a coven full of women, blah, 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 not enough white men, blah, 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 women touching each other's faces. Oh my God, it's way too gay.
God, these people...
What, really? Really? This was the one shill. I kind of had a bit, I never heard this shill say anything like this on a Grizzy video. You, bro, A2 Brute. Here I am defending this poor guy. Here I am saying I have sympathy for this shill. Because, he's one of the good ones. And then he has to go and wound me like this. It's very disappointing.
People accuse us of recycling the same argument over and over again, and yet they do the same exact thing, but significantly more.
If your criticism of this even involves the word woke, it just gets deleted in my comment section, man.
Pussy. A coven of exclusively women that includes trans women. So you cannot have a father and still exist from this setting. You can still have kids there.
Wait a second. Are you trying to say that there are trans women in the coven and they are sleeping with the biological women in the coven, and therefore
You can still have kids there.
That's fucking disgusting.
Folks, if you think there's a bottom to this, there is no bottom here. If you think that you've seen the worst, we ain't even close. Because look what he just said there. He, her, them, zer, however he identifies. That particular shill just said, oh no, this makes perfect sense. All the trans women are in there impregnating all of the cis women. Oh my God. Oh my God. There's no bottom to this. There is no depths to which it... I think this is the last one. Acolyte deserved it. I wanted to go after Acolyte. I kind of had this in my mind. I'm like, this one... But I think this is the last one, folks. I don't think I have another Star Wars show in me, because this is... But folks, if we have not seen the worst of any of this... So stunning, so brave.
Created by Leslie Headland. Yeah, girl. Fucking again. What episode?
This is so weird. This is so weird. The woman worked for Harvey Weinstein, has never had to answer any questions about that. Never. These are the women's rights and believe all women people. These are the male feminists, for Christ's sake. Why do they give her a pass on this? This is weird. It's not even just that they give her a pass, they go out of their way. It's so weird.
3, what a fucking banger.
This isn't lore breaking at all. Like, in the slightest. None of this is.
Leslie Headland has done such a phenomenal job.
What, are you retarded? Real Rejects, another pro-Disney channel getting ratioed for shilling for The Acolyte Episode 3.
Nice. Phantom Menace, we had waited since Return of the Jedi for a Star Wars film. And then we immediately start with a trade dispute. You know.
Yes, because this was just significantly better than the Phantom Menace, right? Fuck off.
And it resembles and parallels to things in our real world, which is something that George Lucas did originally with the original trilogy.
God, trying to compare The Acolyte Episode 3 to what George did with the original trilogy. But I'm not a Disney shill, these people say.
Bullshit!
Okay, now what I'm about to show you now is truly insane. This Grogu-attracted person made the attempt on Twitter to defend Leslie Headland.
Oh, no. That's amazing. A Grogu-attracted person. Grizzy. That's almost as good as Darth Melvin putting the Grogu fleshlight in the thumbnail. That's so funny. I'm sorry, folks. That was a good one. Roll tape.
Headland's relationship with Harvey Weinstein by trying to link George Lucas to Harvey Weinstein as well, so as to say, well, you can't criticize Leslie Headland and not criticize George Lucas. George Lucas took one picture with the guy in 2003, and Leslie Headland was his personal assistant for 4 years. And not 1 year like you tried to lie about in your tweet.
A seriously low IQ person. Seriously.
I swear to God, the lengths these Disney shills go to defend Disney Star Wars is truly insane and even disgusting at times. Thanks for watching. Make sure you check out some of the other Star Wars content already live on the channel. And if you enjoyed the video, please like and subscribe.
Yes, the shills make me sick. 3 cheers for Grizzy. Hip hip hooray. Hip hip hooray. Hip hip hooray. That would be Grizzy, Mr. Grizzy on YouTube. Give him a like, give him a follow, performing a service to humanity. We must study the shill. We must understand what makes them tick. It's so bizarre. It is so bizarre to see them defend. The worse it gets, the harder they shill for it. Master Velaryon is in the chat. It says Grogu attract. I know. Grogu attracted person. that's so fracked up. Dude. Oh my god. I'm so done with that Grogu character. Get that thing the hell out of here. Dude, nothing can quite compare to seeing puppet Grogu like climbing over like girders and things, trying to avoid these like stormtroopers trying to get at him. It's like he's a rat. They've got like a broom. They're trying to get him. Dude, Mandalorian season 3, what a joke. I'm telling you, I was shocked by that. I thought you can't afford to screw up Mando. Mando's all you got, Disney. You don't have anything else. What are you gonna do? They screwed it up. I can't understand it. I know. Oh, Persephone says, oh, hell no, they did not just go there. That's messed up. Staffhere says, when we eventually come out of the other side of this, what will all these people have to say to excuse their behavior and their rhetoric? I don't know, Star Fury. But that is a uncharacteristically optimistic prediction that we will come out of this. No, we will. We will. Fu Man Blue says, did you all see George as drawn by Danky? I did not. Is there a new Danky video? We should check that out. Anthony. Effing shells make me sick. Dude, my homeboy that understood that it was wrong that Ezra refused his lightsaber. It's just so disheartening, folks, to see him go down you're a racist misogynist. That's like, come on, man. I expected what you were like my, you know how you bet on horses and a horse. That was my horse, man. I was betting on that horse. I was like, that's the shill that has some hope. You know, I'm betting on that shill. Dude, I'm telling you, his reaction in the video too, when it was his live reaction to Ezra refusing the lightsaber, and he had this kind of smile on his face, and he's like, oh wait, what? No. And I was like, oh, it was the best. It was the best. Yes, that is that. We have a new member in the chat. Darth Loverboy turned loose, says Acolyte, now at 15% on Rotten Tomatoes. Well, let's just check in on it, shall we? Rotten Tomatoes. That is how our British friends would say it. Acolyte. 84% critic score. They're so worthless. Hang on, I got to get through an ad here. Dude, this is egregious. Probably slowing down the stream and everything. Okay. What? Another? Dude, a 2-minute ad. A 2-minute ad is playing on Rotten Tomatoes right now. Oh my God. Just to view it? Tell me your website is worthless without telling me, Rotten Tomatoes. You're useless now. You're useless to me. We'll check in on it. We'll check in on it as soon as that ad stops playing and dragging down my stream. Just sifting through the chat here. I can't find an X on it. You know, you can't X out of it. So I'm like, Star Fury, imagine if Chick was your mother. I think drastic action would be required. Send yourself into care. Persephone says, John Williams has the best music scores for movies. The man is just iconic. I'll tell you, though, and I agree, I do think Hans Zimmer outdid himself with that Dune soundtrack. I mean, it's hard to pick one that's like his best ever, but that soundtrack is unbelievably good. What is this? Why can't I get... I think I got to kill this tab entirely. Hang on a second, chat. Something weird going on with the Rotten Tomatoes situation over there. Okay, I think I figured it out. It wasn't an ad. I clicked on the wrong thing because I was zoomed in. Operator error. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Who was it that said 15% Darth Loverboy turned loose? Yes, Darth Loverboy. You are correct, Darth. You are correct. That's the number. 15%. Oh, my. Never forget, my dear chat. This started out at 25% at the beginning of this season. How about a round of applause for the audience getting it right? 15%. Let's just let's check in with a couple of the audience ratings, shall we? Really poorly written, goes against the original storyline. Episode 3 broke the camel's back with an off-brand Buffy the Vampire Slayer group of Force witches. I guarantee you, nothing in Buffy the Vampire Slayer could possibly be more cringe than that. Which is actually a bad way of phrasing it. I'm trying to say Buffy on the worst episode has to be 1,000 times better than what was in that episode. But in any case, open quote, chanting something out of a 5th grade production of Buffy the Vampire Slayer. Yeah, seriously, it was horrible to watch and had me gnashing my teeth listening to the screeching Force lesbian witches chanting in an off-brand borrowed chant from somewhere in China. Hell. Oh, jeez. I agree with that reviewer. The ones that wrote the show don't care about the lore, the franchise, the fans, or even the story. It's worse than that. They hate you. They hate your guts. It just feels like a clumsy attempt at a fan flick. I don't recommend this to anyone since this lacks subtlety, finesse, or nuance. This feels like the director wants to tell you this is right, that is wrong. Let's bend the lore to my liking. If you want to explore the morality of the Jedi, just do that. Don't spoon feed the viewer what you think. Seriously, thinking of boycotting this after just 3 episodes, and I have a really high garbage tolerance for Star Wars. Dude, the normies are waking up. This one, I think, has turned the needle big time. I think this is a watershed moment. There was a kind of, I would say the blue pills are starting to wake up from the Matrix. And I don't say blue pill with any animus or judgment. I myself was a blue pill. You know, I thought the J.J. Abrams reboot of Star Trek had promise. I liked that it was bringing in new fans. If it had its problems, it's more of an action movie than a real Star Trek story. But hey, I was wrong about that, folks. That was the blue pill who wanted Star Trek to be good and just didn't want to believe what I was seeing, which is I've just watched the Star Trek brand get destroyed. And now it's gone all the way to the bottom. So I have sympathy for blue pills. And I'm telling you, there were a lot of blue pills that were like, I just want to enjoy Star Wars. I just want to love Star Wars. I don't need to hear from all these mean fans that are mean to it, because they just are unhappy people. And it's like, dude, I want to love Star Wars. Nothing would make me happier. You think I enjoy hating this? You think I enjoy telling people that Star Trek is crap, Star Wars is crap, Indiana Jones is crap, Doctor Who is crap? You think I enjoy that? I don't enjoy a minute of that. It's the worst travesty. We live in a bizarre decade of artistic creativity because of the woke mind virus, because of the lunacy of identity politics, which is a lunatic secular religion, is what it is. It is a lunatic. It is a worship of race and sexuality above all other things. It's bizarre. But the blue pills have had their limit, folks. They're starting to say, even I can't stomach this crap, which is saying something. What is it you call it, Star Fury? The sewer hose of... Never mind, I don't want to say it. It's too graphic, Star Fury. I appreciate it. It's too graphic. Fu Man Blue says, yeah, Buffy was good. It was good. Anthony says, the fan film Darth Maul Apprentice made in 2016 has way better production value. Dude, it's an insult to fan films to say this is a bad fan film. Dude, folks, you think I'm just joking? I'm not just... I just did a Biden. I ain't joking, folks. That's not a joke. These are stupid people. These are stupid. Listen. I have no other explanation. I have no other explanation for how any sapient creature, with 2 neurons to rub together, can produce something as trash as the Jedi are good. No, the Jedi are bad. Folks, let me give you a better example. The line in the show, I tell you, this is how all these Star Wars, these Disney shows are all written like this. All of them, like Secret Invasion, Ahsoka. You'll have a dialogue, and in that dialogue, someone will contradict the premise of the dialogue, which spoils the game, and it creates anxiety. It's uncomfortable to watch because it's not narrative. It's not a narrative structure, right? So, for example, in Ahsoka, there's the scene where Ahsoka's sitting there next to Hu Yang, and Hu Yang, it's a boring filler scene that doesn't really do anything, but Hu Yang turns to Ahsoka and says, "Would you like to hear a story, Ahsoka?" And Ahsoka says, "Not right now." What? Then what is the point of this scene? You know what I'm saying? Every dialogue is like that. It's even worse in The Acolyte because the characters will not just contradict each other, they will contradict themselves in the same line of dialogue. So Carrie-Anne Moss, who's the lead Jedi, she shows up. Of course she is. She shows up. She demands that the Padawans be turned over. And she says, "You cannot deny the Jedi the right to train a Padawan. With your permission, of course." What? What? I don't have another explanation for how you can write a line that directly contradicts its own premise. Unless you are a stupid human being who eats glue. That's all I can tell you. I don't know. I don't have a better explanation for how this dog shit gets out there. $180 million, folks. Oh, Disney. Yeah, this is a money laundering scheme. Fan films are way better than this. Go on YouTube right now. Go look up any Star Trek fan film, any Star Wars fan film. I don't care how bad the camera work is. I don't care how bad the acting is. It is better than this. It just has to be. It's like, I don't understand. I literally couldn't believe. I'm like, what? You just said that you can't deny us the right to test the Padawan, but with your permission. Con tu permiso. Con su permiso. That's what I was trying to say. Con su permiso. Mi amigo. Star Fury says, "This is willfully trash. They are intentionally destroying the things we love." I mean, I have no doubt that Leslie, lesbian headlamp, she thinks she's a genius. I am dead serious about that. Like, she thinks she's a genius at work. Listen to how they talk in interviews. They think they're brilliant. They're just like, "Oh my God, yes, yes." Now listen, the actors could be idiots, and that's fine. I actually don't care if actors are idiots. Most of them are. That's not their job. Their job isn't to be smart. Their job is to look pretty or ugly, depending on the character. Their job is to get in front of the camera and make us believe that there's someone else. That's an actor's job. In fact, Russell Crowe had a great take on this, which I'm going to pull up in a minute. I don't care if the actors are stupid, but the writers need to be smart. Like, they need to be intelligent. They've got to have something resembling the IQ, an IQ better than a turnip. You know what I'm saying? My experience of Leslie is that she thinks she's a genius at work, and we're stupid, and we're toxic, and we need to be educated. Fu Man Blue says, "Yeah, the damage they are doing is too targeted to be anything other than a spiteful attack on 2 generations of fans." Well, that I do agree with. Yeah. So to your point, Fu Man Blue and stuff, there is an element of spite, which is they are destroying something they view as bad. This is another thing about the Shills, right? That's totally inconsistent about their arguments, because they say, "Oh, you just don't like Star Wars. You're toxic fans who hate Star Wars." Also, I'm so glad that Star Wars finally has diversity and representation. And it's finally, it's for more than just evil white supremacists. I'm really glad that Star Wars is now not just for white supremacist members. And it's like, so aren't you then implying that there was something deeply wrong with George Lucas's original works? How can you say Star Wars is finally diverse and it's finally representative and it's finally for everybody without, by extension, saying that you think the original Star Wars was shit, it was racist, it excluded people, it hated people, and now it doesn't? So yes, there is absolutely an element of spite. There is absolutely an element of spite. Let me show you this. So as you know, my dear chat, I had audio problems last week. And so unfortunately, this is 2 weeks of pent up Captain right now. I did not have the live stream last week. So anyhow, just to be sure, I did a quick little test stream before I went live and just labeled it test just to make sure the audio was good. I wasn't even going to do anything with it. But I just so happened to react to Major Grin's video. And I was just about to put up my own like video. I'm not going to do that. I don't want to react to myself. That's too weird. Major Grin. Okay, I just want to show you this video real quick because I was just doing it to test the audio and I wound up going on a rant because I couldn't believe this. Yes, where is it? There it is. Okay, I got it. Hang on, let me cue this up. So Major Grin, what he does is he takes Star Trek, he takes Kurtzman Star Trek, right? And he cuts together little videos that point out how stupid it is. So here is his latest work. And he's referencing these were aliens that were introduced in Star Trek Next Generation that had sort of bioengineered all the species of the Milky Way galaxy. Anyway, here you go.
Our scientists seeded the primordial oceans of many worlds where life was in its infancy. The seed codes directed your evolution toward a physical form resembling ours. This body you see before you, which is of course shaped as yours is shaped.
I found my meaning in embracing difference. Our wish was to create a diversity of beings in the galaxy.
Dude, so I literally stopped. I was like, you gotta be kidding me. They can't tell any story that would be woke wackos like Kurtzman and Headland and Filoni. Yes, that's right. Filoni is dog shit. You know, the Clone Wars Rebels, dead to me. Dead to me. I used to like those shows. I want nothing to do with those shows anymore. They don't exist anymore in my headcanon. I'm sorry if you like it. I'm out. Anything Filoni has touched, I don't want to hear about it. Isn't it incredible how they cannot tell a story, not just about diversity? No, they have to spell it out and use the word diversity. They have this woke gospel. They are like the holy rollers of this secular religion, and they have to push it in everything. And what's incredible, they reinterpret every single story. Every single story that they tell is reinterpreted as diversity, equity, inclusion. Diversity, equity, inclusion. They cannot tell a story that deviates from simply regurgitating that. I find it unbelievable. I find it unbelievable that they're that blinded by their crazy worldview that they can. So they can't even tell an allegory, folks. They can't even do an allegorical tale about diversity. They have to spell it out. And you know what it makes me think? There's only one word for it.
'Cause we're boring! We're so fucking boring!
Get a ass. All right. Okay, but back to the video. That's actually not the subject of the video. It just struck me.
Of richness and variation.
That is the most illogical line of reasoning. You believe that everyone in the galaxy should be like you.
This body you see before you, which is of course shaped as yours is shaped.
Our wish was to create a diversity of beings in the galaxy, of richness and variation.
The exact opposite.
Doesn't make sense.
Major Grin, give him a like, give him a follow. It just struck me. It's like the straw that breaks the camel's back. I've seen every episode of Discovery, or Strange New Worlds, or Star Trek Picard. They will go dig up something from an old Star Trek piece of lore, and they will run it through the DEI algorithm, and out it comes with diversity, equity, inclusion. The power of one, the power of many. Amen. It's like, wackos, man. Wackos. You can't even tell a different story. You guys are cracking me up in the chat. Oh, Persephone. Say it again, idiots. Say it again for the idiots in the back, Tuvok. I know. I like Tuvok. I miss Tuvok. What's that, Fu Man? I thought all rubbers had eyeballs. I missed something in the chat here, clearly. Yes, Staff here. The Iconians, great story. Persephone, I love Major Grin. Darth Loverboy turned loose, says the progenitors. Dude, Discovery digs up everything. They dig up everything in Star Trek lore, and they and this is back to my original point, right? They always gaslight us and say Star Trek was always progressive and Star Trek was always woke. And it's like, then why do you feel the need to take this story and rewrite it to literally spell out the words diversity, even though that's the exact opposite? That's the exact opposite of what the character was saying. The character was saying, we wanted everyone to look like us. Actually, it's a very woke point of view. It's like, well, we looked around at the galaxy and we felt we just couldn't see ourselves in the life around us. So we engineered all of you to look just like us so we could see ourselves represented in other worlds. I'm like, that's a very woke way of doing things. That's actually, that's Google Gemini, basically. That's hilarious. All right, folks, we have a lot more in the stack of stuff. I actually want to take a look at 2 trailers. I want to take a look at the Dragonage trailer, and I want to take a look at the Arcane trailer. And I also have some very fascinating takes to share with you. One from Russell Crowe. We got a lot on tap, so we're coming right back with that. I got to take a quick break, and I will be right back. Talk amongst yourselves, my dear chat. We are back live on the Captain's Cast on a Sunday on the Swords and Starships channel. Let me fix my lighting. Where's my lighting, Mr. Producer? Oh, I messed up my lighting. There we go. There, that's better. Yes, we are live on YouTube, Rumble, and X, formerly Twitter. I am your host, Captain Garrett. If you're enjoying the stream, like, subscribe, tell a friend. We have great fun every Sunday. What's that, Star Fury? There are only 2 good points to Voyager, and they were, oh, geez, they were in Seven's silver bodysuit. Oh, no, Star Fury. That's a fair. You know, I had an uncle when I was watching that show. You know, he would tease me all the time. I was a nerd, and everyone that saw me watching Star Trek would make fun of me. They would make fun of me for watching. I had to see Star Trek every. When did Star Trek air? I think it was like Voyager. I don't even remember the day that it aired now. But anyway, so I had to see it when the new episode of Voyager would drop, or the new episode of whatever. And my uncle would say, "Oh, are you watching 6 of 9?" I was like, "What? No, her name is 7 of 9." And he'd be like, oh, 6 of 9? Yeah, I know. Persephone. Oh, Kes was awful. I don't know why they didn't just call her Tess. You know what's funny is I hated Neelix on that show at first. By the end of the show, he won me over. He actually has a really good story arc from beginning to end. Yes. All right, cool. Oh, Tuvix. Tuvix says Darth Loverboy. Tuvix life mattered. Oh, geez. That was a weird one. Voyager had some stinkers. There is no denying it. I think of all the Star Trek series, Voyager had the most episodes that were sort of unwatchable of any of the series. I mean, of the old series. I'm not talking about anything Kurtzman Trek. Avoid. Except for Star Trek Picard Season 3, because that's really Metallis Trek. But anyway. Yeah, there was that episode with the clown that had everyone trapped in this weird fantasy. That was a terrible episode. There was the episode where Tom Paris discovers, what was it? Warp 10. And that causes him to turn into a lizard, which also causes Janeway to turn into a lizard. And then they mate and have lizard babies. And then the Doctor just turns them back into humans. And they're kind of like, let's never talk about this again. And I'm like, that's so weird. Some of the Kazon episodes were really bad. But Voyager had some good ones too, though. There was some really, the episode where the really smart alien deceives the Voyager crew because he wants to get revenge on Janeway. He wants to feed the Voyager crew to the Borg as revenge for Janeway not wiping out the Borg when she had the chance. Like, that was because she helped 8472. That was really good. I really love the Doctor's episodes. I love the episode where the Doctor is having fantasies. He gives himself a holographic program where he can fantasize, but it causes him to like start breaking down. There's a lot of good episodes of Voyager. Come on, Starfury. You have to admit, who doesn't like an angry half-Klingon engineer, says Starfury. Persephone says, B'Elanna had her own sexy appeal. I enjoyed her character and her arc. She did. Star Trek was sexy back in the day. Now it's a shaved head. That's all it is a shaved head. It was, I think, who was the other? Yeah, Kes was bad. But, dude, I think the sexiest Trek... the sexiest leading woman in any Trek is T'Pol from Enterprise. Jolene Blaylock, not in the first season. In the first season of Enterprise, she's a little bit uglified. You get to like season 3 and 4, T'Pol is sexy. Dude, I'm with you, Persephone. My favorite character on Voyager was the Doctor. My favorite on Deep Space Nine was Major Kira. My favorite on Enterprise was Trip. That would be Tucker. Charles Tucker III. My favorite on Next Generation was Data. He was always my favorite on Next Gen. Sometimes it was Picard. I love, but honestly, the show Picard kind of ruined Picard for me. I can't even look at Picard anymore. That show so ruined him for me. The first 2 seasons of it. And my favorite character on the original series is Kirk. Kirk is the best character on the original series, bar none. Like, James T. Kirk, that's the man. He is the man. That's it. Kirk, as portrayed by William Shatner, the only Kirk. Yeah, so those are my favorites from each series. But yeah, I love the Doctor on Voyager. He's such a great character. He's such equal parts compassionate and arrogant. Like, he's both narcissistic, but also he has great insight into the human soul. He's fantastic. Okay, I promised we were going to do the Arcane trailer. I got to be careful, though, because I don't know. I might get blocked, so I just got to watch it real carefully, be transformative. But I'm a fan of the Arcane Season 1, and so I'm looking forward to this. I'm going to have to rewatch Arcane Season 1 because I cannot for the life of me remember much of season 1 now because it's been so long, but here we go. Share screen, Mr. Producer. I don't know what he does all the time, Mr. Producer.
Your council is dead.
You walk along the edge of danger.
Oh, that music is going to kill me. Dang it. But all right, let's go as far as we can.
Wrath must be met with wrath. You will have justice.
I love the character of V. Is it Fee or V? I think it's Fee. Anyway, I love her character, Fee. She is an example of a physical. She is like a physical threat, but she's done well. Like, it's established right from the beginning. She's a boxer. She's a kickboxer. She's kind of a tomboy. That's her character. She is a brilliant character. This is how you do. This is how you do a badass babe. This character right here. She's complex. She gets her ass kicked. Things don't always go her way. She's got to work hard to win. Like, in other words, a human. In other words, a human. With actual human limitations. The other thing that's great is the steampunk technology is fantastic in this show. I really enjoy, and I love the art style. The art style is also pretty amazing to look at. I don't know anything about League of Legends, the game, though. I don't know what it is. I don't know what kind of game it is. I've tried to read, like, what kind of game is it? I'm going to Google it right now and see if it clears it up. League of Legends. Never played it. Doesn't seem like it's my thing. I don't know. But League of Legends, commonly referred to as League, is a 2009 multiplayer online battle arena video game. Well, yeah, that makes sense. I'm not into those. But developed and published by Riot Games. In the game, 2 teams of 5 players battle in player versus player combat. Okay, fine. Gameplay. So there's not really a story. So this is a game that doesn't really have a story. That's why it doesn't make any sense to me. Plot. Before 2014, players existed in-universe as political leaders or summoners, commanding champions to fight on the field of justice, for example, Summoner's Rift, to avert a catastrophic war. Well, that kind of makes some sense. All right, so it's a multiplayer online game. But look at what a brilliant story they got out of this. It's fascinating.
I will lead a strike team into Zorn with 3 objectives. Locate Jinx.
Oh, that music is, I'm not seeing a warning yet, but I will say I love the character of Jinx. She is kind of like, she has an amazing character arc. There is an episode in the first season where she's kind of the kid sister of Fee, and they go on this mission, and she's supposed to stay behind because she's too young. She kind of screws things up. She goes anyway, and she causes a disaster. And the way it unfolds is some of the most brilliant action scene blocking I've seen in a long time. And it's just this, you're watching this train wreck in slow motion. It's so well done. There are such, powerful consequences to what happens. And it causes the sisters to literally split apart, and they become enemies. They become estranged. And Jinx, she kind of goes to the dark side. There's this villainous character. He's also a really fascinating character who becomes this, almost like a Palpatine figure who's kind of training her in the ways of the dark side. And she becomes a very Joker-like, kind of chaotic evil character. A lot of fun, and it's a really powerful arc between her and Fee. This is how you can do a female cast brilliantly. This show demonstrates it, and it's not very difficult. It's not very difficult. You just have to have them be characters with limitations, and they have to overcome obstacles, and sometimes they lose. Sometimes there's consequences, and they have to face those consequences. That's all. It's not complicated.
Dismantle Shimmer. And neutralize any agents still loyal to Silco.
This is a great show to compare to Zack Snyder's Rebel Moon, I think. Because this is a show that succeeds at like everything Rebel Moon fails at. Because look, you've got like this kind of reminds me of the Kali God thing in the ship in Rebel Moon right here. It's like, but the iconography of this stuff works in this world because it's woven into it in a way that makes sense. It's consistent. The creatives in this project, they understand this world, how it's supposed to feel, how it's supposed to look, and they never deviate from that. The mise en scène, which is a snooty critic's term, which simply means the overall feeling and ambience and overall presentation of a film, or in this case, show, is the mise en scène. And the problem with Rebel Moon is it's got about 15 different mise en scènes all smashed together, which is, on one hand, it's a kind of steampunk. On the other hand, it's like World War I technology. On the other hand, it's a Skyrim village. It's like, it doesn't make any sense. Arcane is it's kind of amazing when you think about it. Powerful female warriors that actually are interesting characters that you get invested in. Steampunk iconography, strange and mythical machines you don't fully understand, but there is a reason and a rationale behind them. Everything Zack Snyder wanted for Rebel Moon that he failed at works in this show. It's kind of amazing.
My sister is gone. This has to end.
Jinx!
Finally got the name right. Sister.
Sweet. Dude, I'm here for it. Jinx has such a great villain story. She really does. And one of the things I love about the show is that, it's kind of fascinating, actually, when I think about it. In a way, Arcane is also succeeding at all the things that Acolyte fails at. Strong female characters, complex morality on both sides, because the essential narrative of Arcane is that there is this steampunk sort of underworld of I guess you would call them poor or oppressed people, basically, that live under this more affluent society, this sort of rich and elitist society above. And there's this conflict between the underprivileged poverty class and the wealthy upper crust. And you would think that the wealthy upper crust would just be mustache-twirling villains, and you would think that the rebels would be stunning and brave. And really, there's complexity all around. There's well-meaning affluent characters who want to do good, but they're perceived to be the enemy. There are rebels and revolutionaries who are violent and ruthless, and they'll do anything to win, and they're almost worse than the very thing they're fighting. There are characters that are sort of caught between these worlds and they don't know which side to join, like Fee. And even Jinx, who is clearly the villain in the story, is very conflicted because she still cares about her sister, but she's crazy. She's crazy. Crazy eyes. And that's kind of part of her story. So, and there's this heartbreaking reason why they were driven apart. That's actually the kind of story that lesbian headlamp over there with Acolyte wants to tell between May and Osha, but she sucks. She sucks. She's not a writer. She is a terrible writer. She can't write basic dialogue. And so I almost wonder if she didn't copy Arcane, because now that I think about it, there's actually a lot of similarities in the story arc, so far as it can be called that, between May and Osha, as with Fee and Jinx. What is the character that plays kind of the evil mentor of Jinx? I think it's been literally 2.5 years since I watched that show. I need to watch it again before this airs, because I have to refresh my memory. But yeah, I highly recommend Arcane if you're looking for a good, complex show. It's a lot of fun, great artwork, great action in it as well. Cast and crew. Was it Silco? Is that the character I'm thinking of? I think it is. I think the name of the character is Silco. Yeah. So basically he's this kind of creepy, behind the scenes, puppet master who is leading a rebellion. He hates, like, he's on a revenge quest. He hates the evil upper crust and he wants to overthrow them. And he's leading this rebellion. And at first you think he's just there to be the bad guy. But over time, you know, you sort of see that, like, his relationship with Jinx is, you know, he's a lonely character and he's kind of been longing for human connection. And Jinx feels the same way because she's, you know, kind of been abandoned, she feels, by her sister. And so there's actually a lot of sympathy that you build as a viewer in those characters. It's actually a great demonstration of how good talented writers can actually do moral complexity. And, like, there's right and wrong on both sides. There's a way to do that. Persephone saying Julie Newmar was gorgeous. Julie Newmar. I can't speak today. Hang on. Googling real fast. Correct. You are correct. And these, yep. Persephone says, objectifying the smart hot girl is a nerd trope all the way. God bless Gene Roddenberry. Absolutely. I know this may seem strange to the wackos, but it's like, men and women are curious about each other. They're interested in each other. Well, most of the time. The weird thing is when you strip, like, romance out of stories, like in Furiosa, you strip the romance out of this relationship between Praetorian Jack and Furiosa. You strip it of humanity. You strip it of human nature. It's very bizarre. It's a very bizarre time that we live in. There's no doubt about that. Fu Man Blue says, Black Girl Magic. Perfect. Yeah, I can hear Sam's affirmation now. Now, let's take a look at the next thing in the stack of stuff. Now, I have heard a lot about the Dragonage. What the hell is it? Veilguard. Oh, my God. BioWare is so dead. It is so dead. You have the original title of the... Yes, this would be the 4th Dragonage. Just to set the table, I love Dragonage Origins. That game is a 10 out of 10. I enjoyed every minute of it. I regularly replay it. It's so much fun. That was peak BioWare. And the great thing, Dragonage is basically BioWare's original fantasy world. Now, I will say this. It's not the most compelling fantasy world. It's very well drawn. It's very well constructed. The lore is typically, well, at least it used to be typically brilliant of BioWare. It's like really well thought out. Races, cultures, religions, characters, all, nations, all that stuff. Second Dragon Age game was right after EA bought BioWare, and they rushed it. They rushed the production of Dragon Age 2, and it resulted in a game that was pretty thin by comparison. They took away the ability to play as a dwarf or an elf. You just became... They tried to turn it into Mass Effect, basically. They made a kind of shepherd character, which was Hawk in the second. That said, I liked the second game. I think it had a lot of... The story was really good, and I did enjoy the kind of legacy angle of, like, instead of going on this epic cross-country quest, you actually go on a quest through time to build your legacy over 10 years. I thought that was fun. I enjoyed that. Third Dragon Age game, Dragon Age Inquisition, was mostly breathtaking. They kind of did a return to the roots while still giving it a very epic quality. I love the main story in Dragon Age Inquisition. It was really awesome. I loved building the Inquisition. They brought back the fact that you can customize your player to be any race. What's the name? Skyhaven? Is it Skyhaven Castle? What's the name of the castle in Dragon Age Inquisition? I can't believe I'm forgetting this. Dragon Age Inquisition Castle. What was the name of it? Skyhold. That was the name. Skyhold. Skyhold was incredible. Incredible. That was so much fun, and they let you customize it. You know what? Let's just take a look at this, too. Like, this is so awesome. And to answer your question, Neutron Pack, welcome to the chat. I am ready for House of the Dragon. Based on what Chris Gore said on Friday Night Tights, though, I'm nervous. I'm nervous because it sounded like not much happens in the episode. He said he's seen the first 2 episodes, and he felt like not enough happened. And I'm like, what? Ah, no. We'll see. We'll see. I'll let you know my thoughts. Okay, so this is Skyhold in Dragon Age Inquisition. Folks, is that not awesome? That is awesome! And you get to build it and customize it. You've got your core. This is actually an early concept art. The actual castle in the game looks a little different. What is the... Do they have a picture of just Skyhold in the game? Because it is magnificent. Like, I think that's a video game picture of it. All right, enough of that. Anyway, now the 4th game in the series, and if you've played Dragon Age Inquisition, you know exactly why it's called Dreadwolf, because one of the characters in Dragon Age Inquisition that's in your party is secretly a god who's similar to Loki. He's a trickster god. He's not quite like the devil, but the elves kind of think of him that way sometimes. He's really more like Loki. He's sort of the god of trickery. And he's called the Dreadwolf by the Dalish elves in the game. Well, it turns out the Dreadwolf is behind a lot of the things that happened in the Dragon Age saga, right? So the game is called, or it was called, Dragon Age Dreadwolf. Well, they've changed that, folks. It is now called Dragon Age Veilguard. Why don't you just call it Dial of Destiny? That would be better. Just call it Dial of Destiny. Let's check out the trailer. Do I have a link to it, Mr. Producer? To it? Both of them? Well, why didn't you tell me? Fine. I guess I'll do everything myself. Jeez, you can't get any good help these days. It's ridiculous. I don't pay you. You're an intern. I don't see how that's relevant. Sorry, folks. A little inside baseball there. Okay. Share screen. Now, this is the cinematic trailer. I have not seen it all the way through. I have heard reactions to it, though. There is also a gameplay trailer, which, YouTube permitting, we will also take a look at. Now, I'm gonna stop you right there. I am gonna stop you right there! This is a dog shit color scheme for Dragon Age. This is... I hate this. I hate this. This weird purple, almost, you know, it's like a mobile game already. But anyway, continue.
Not looking good, old friend. This'll take more than you and me.
Oh, God. You know, it's not like the dwarves are sort of meant to be super attractive or anything. I will just say, though, like, having played 3 games in the series, this is not just a BioWare problem. Like, what is with all of these video games getting, like, is it just me, or, like, are the faces of all the characters looking crappier and crappier? They really are.
What are you thinking?
We need someone to be our eyes and ears in the shadows.
And someone to bring a little darkness to the daylight.
What is this? I'm not liking any of these. Like, that character looks like crap.
More than you and me.
Harding the Scout. Oh, I know. That's a character from Dragon Age Inquisition. Are you shitting me? They uglified her. I know this character. She's in Dragon Age Inquisition, and she's a charming little character. I'm gonna show you a picture of this character. Harding, Dragon Age Inquisition. Oh, they uglified her. like you won't believe, chat. I'm going to show you a picture of this character in Inquisition, and you're not going to believe it. So that's crap. Oh, the DEI is strong with this one. Boring.
And someone to bring a little darkness to the daylight.
Boring.
We're going in.
This music is... What the hell is this? What the hell is this music?
To the fade, aren't we?
Oh, I'm getting Rose Tico vibes. No, it's not because she's Asian. That's not what I'm saying. That is not what I'm saying. I'm saying I am getting the feeling that you are supposed to like this character because this character is diverse. You must like her. I don't. She's boring. Well, you're a racist.
And digging up a lot of buried secrets.
These look like characters from... No disrespect here. It's not that there's anything wrong with it. I'm just saying this is not the right vehicle for this. These look like kind of, you know, Nintendo characters. They look like Nintendo Mario Party characters. They don't look like serious characters in a dark... Dragon Age is meant to be a dark fantasy world. Folks, in the first Dragon Age game, Dragon Age Origins... I will never forget when I first encountered a brood mother. Okay. The antagonists of the first game are the Darkspawn, which are roughly analogous to orcs, but they're worse than orcs because they're kind of created by this disease called the Blight. Anyway, they're evil, they're awful, they put people on spikes, they eat people. Like, there is some ghastly... It's M for mature, that first game. When you encounter a brood mother, which is who gives birth to them, it is one of the most horrifying. You see her naked chest, okay? And it's hideous. It is one of the grossest, most hideous, ghastly things you've ever seen. It's Lovecraftian even. This is meant to be a dark fantasy world. What the hell is this? This is like Sea of Thieves right here.
What about Darkspawn?
Yeah. Someone who will stand between us and a pack of demons.
This is like, oh my god. Do you know what this reminds me of? This is like Transformers 1. This is like how leftists think you have to talk to children. Because I don't believe children deserve to be spoken to this way. I don't believe children should be treated like they're stupid. Okay? But for some reason, wacko leftist lunatics think you have to talk to children like they're stupid and create things that are like shiny key jangling because they're too stupid to appreciate actual story.
You know there will be dragons.
Right.
Oh my god, that's supposed to be Varric? That's not how Varric looks. I do like the idea of him as an old man, but this is... Wow, this is dog shit. This is dog shit. Am I getting a warning yet? All right, no warning. All right.
We're gonna find...
Yeah, I'm done with that. I'm done with that. Okay, let me show you this, chat. This is Harding, the character, the girl boss in there. Hang on. This is the girl boss character that you're seeing there. She actually is, she's a side character. She basically is, she's an NPC that you encounter whenever you enter a new area in Dragon Age Inquisition. Yeah, this is who I'm talking about. This is the character that you're seeing in that trailer. This is from Dragon Age Inquisition. Let me get a bet. Here's another picture. Look at that. First of all, she looks like a more realistic character. That's number one. Like that's a human face. Whatever you may think of the engine that they use the Frostbite engine here. And there is some valid criticisms of the Frostbite engine. That's her. Look at how ugly they made her in that new trailer. Dude, I'm telling you right now, Rush Limbaugh was correct. Feminism was created so as to allow unattractive women access to power, such as Leslie Headland. He was dead on. I used to think he was being a little bit unfair. I used to think he was over the line with that. He was right. He was right. All of the unattractive babes, they're uglifying all of the attractive women. They're especially if they were based on a real woman. That's even worse. They hate that even more. I mean, I'm not going to say she's like, a 10 out of 10 character, but look, she's basically a good-looking character. She's also, by the way, she's a fairly reasonable character in this. She's a scout. She gives you missions. She's kind of plucky. You have some fun conversations with her. Yeah, there you go. You can. She's a romance option. I can't even believe what they're doing. Look what they did. Look what they did to my boy. Look what they did to my boy. Okay, let's take a look at the gameplay trailer. I'm just curious. I'm probably not going to play too much of it. I just want to see, because, that's just the cinematic. Let's see if the gameplay looks as cringe. Veilguard. Folks, Dreadwolf or Veilguard. What the hell is Veilguard? Veilguard sounds like a financial 401k company. Dreadwolf sounds like a mythological threat. I cannot I am disappointed that I was right about this. I predicted BioWare is right down the tubes. Mass Effect is DOA. I am sorry to say I was correct about this. I was deadly accurate when I made that prediction.
I hope Nev's as good at finding people as you claim.
She's the best damn detective I've ever met. If she says she's got a lead on Solus, I believe her.
Should we be in more of a hurry to get out of here?
We don't want to look conspicuous. Just get out of here nice and casual. Find Nev Gallus and...
All right, let's move it along here. Do we have a fight? Yeah, that's the new Harding. So I just showed you how she looked in Inquisition. Look at her now. Look at what they did to her. She looks awful. They even made her... Dude, she's not fat. She's not fat. She's a dwarf. She's not overweight or plump in the Dragon Age Inquisition game. Look what they did. She's a scout. She's on her feet, traveling the wild country for a living. And they made her fat.
Help. The ritual must be weakening the veil. There are a lot of scared people out here.
And a lot of demons. Haven't seen this many come through the Fade in years.
God, this looks bad.
What about you two? Are you okay?
We're good, but we need to move.
Agreed. Solus isn't waiting, neither can we.
Have you got my gear?
Right over there. Where's...
I want to see a battle. It looks like a dog shit mobile game.
I think that's the last of them.
Good. Let's get to Dumont Plaza and find Nev. Patch yourselves up if...
It just looks cheap. That's really what I see. Like the lighting, it looks cheap to me. It looks like a cheap mobile game that's designed to like sell you freemium. Let's see if I can find Dragon Age Origins battle gameplay. Let me see if I can just find that. Dragon Age Origins. Battle of Ostagon. Dude, this is Dragon Age Origins. Okay, this came out on the Xbox 360. I think it was, what? At least 10 years ago. This is a 10-year-old game. Let's just take a look at some of the game. Yeah, this is the cutscene of the battle, the Darkspawn. Look at that. Look at how the characters look. Okay? They may not be as fancy, but this looks like this is meant to be a medieval army. It's dark. It's grim. Oh, dude, I love the Mabari. The Mabari dogs are such a great storyline in this. Dogs. Look, I also do love the religion of Andraste that they have in the lore. That's actually a really brilliant. It's kind of analogous to Christianity. It's sort of like if Jesus and Joan of Arc, were combined into a story, and so Andraste is this Joan of Arc sort of character that is considered a deity, the bride of the Maker, and this is one of the sisters of that religion blessing them before a battle with incense. Like, dude, this is adult. This is like an adult storyline, is my point. This is a serious storyline, is my point.
The plan will work, Your Majesty.
Of course it will. The blight ends here.
Badass. Oh, it's such a great scene. Dude, it tears your heart out what happens in this scene. It's fantastic. It's dramatic. It's a story of betrayal and a Game of Thrones. That's the king. Dude, this is okay. This character, King Kalen, is fantastic, right? Because he's naive. He's never faced a battle, but he's this very optimistic guy, and he longs to be the hero in a story. Like, he wants to be a king that's like an Arthurian legend, a king who fought on battle and saved his people. So he's a good king. But, yeah, he's a little naive. He doesn't quite understand how the world really works. Still, he has courage, and he leads this battle, but his own general deliberately hangs him out to dry and does not execute his end of the plan. He abandons him to steal his crown, basically. And so the plan would have worked. This king would have survived, but his own general betrayed him, and this is what happened. That ain't messing around. That was like, he just crushes him. That's brutal, man. That's a real story. Dude, look at the blood and gore, man. This game wasn't messing around. This game wasn't fracking around. Dude, okay, I don't want to risk playing any more of that. That is the original Dragon Age game right there. If you would doff your caps, a moment of silence for the death of Dragon Age. Thank you. Thank you. Dragon Age, we barely knew ye. And now what have they traded it for? This dog shit, childlike, Disney-like, this Disneyfication of Dragon Age. They turned it into a cheap mobile game. A cheap cell phone game. It's unbelievable. I can't even believe it. How they murdered my boy. They murdered my boy. Dude, that opening, prologue leading up to that battle at Ostagar in the first game, dude, it blew me away. The only reason I played that game is because I had just finished Mass Effect, the first game. Second Mass Effect was not out yet. There wasn't even whispers. There wasn't even whispers of Mass Effect 2 yet. But I had played Mass Effect 1 like 2 or 3 times, and I was jonesing. I was like, I can't wait for the next Mass Effect. And I saw an advertisement on a TV show. Remember those? And the advertisement was the cinematic trailer for that game, and it said by the creators of Mass Effect. And I was like, really? Oh, well, I'll try that out. It's fantasy by the people who created Mass Effect. I put in that game. I build my character. The opening story for the human character is fantastic. It's just fantastic when you play as the human noble, which is my favorite character to play as, because there's a very Game of Thrones storyline. And Tim Curry voices the bad guy, which is fantastic. The great, legendary Tim Curry does a voice in this game. Okay. I get to this battle at Ostagar, and the plan goes wrong. Everyone's dead, and you wind up as one of only 2 Grey Wardens left. You are the only 2 people who can save the world, because only Grey Wardens can stop the spread of the Darkspawn, because there literally is a magic reason why only they can do it. And the entire army's been wiped out, and the Darkspawn are running wild. I was blown away. I was like, wow, I did not expect a game with this much, like, weight to the story. And it was fun. It was fun to be like, okay, now I got to rebuild the Grey Wardens. That's great. Unfortunately, we are where we are. Fu Man Blue says, it's not advertisement, it's advertisement. Well, that's true. Star Fury says, Cromwell was right. Anthony says, hail to the king. Persephone observes of that brilliant cutscene in Dragonage Origins. Love the blood and gore realism there. Yeah, it was like for real. It was like for real. It's like, this is like Lord of the Rings, but with more blood. This was meant to be a Lord of the Rings, serious story is what Dragonage is meant to be. And it's so frustrating that they've traded that for this cheap, childlike Disney story. It's boring. Star Fury. Duncan, you should have saved the king. Well, he couldn't, Star Fury. It all happened so fast. He did the best he could. You see if you could do better, Star Fury. Persephone says, kind of like Vizzy T wanted to be a warrior king, but never got the opportunity to fight his own wars. Vizzy T. Would you mean not Viserys in House of the Dragon? By the way, I don't know if I responded to this. Someone said, are you excited for House of the Dragon? I did say, yeah, I'm excited. We'll see. I'm real nervous, though. I'm just like, God, I swear, listen, I love the first season. But the first season, I accepted the fact that all of season 1 is to set up the war. And so I forgave some of what I felt was not enough actual, let's fight. You know what I mean? I want to see more of that. I really wanted to see more of Damon versus the Crab Feeder. I thought that was fantastic. Damon versus the Crab Feeder. I felt like that went by too quickly. I love stuff like that. So when I hear Chris Gore say that not enough happened in 2 episodes, it's not because I'm prejudging this show. It's because this is how the original Game of Thrones was. The original Game of Thrones, you can basically forget anything really much happening in the first episode of a season. First episode of a season, nothing's happening. Second episode of a season of Game of Thrones, well, you do occasionally get like a purple wedding situation. But generally, not a lot happens in the first, 3 episodes of a Game of Thrones. Then, weirdly, everything happens in the penultimate episode. It was always the penultimate episode where the big blow-up happens, like the Red Wedding or something. Then you get this final episode of a season that would be an epilogue. It was always like an epilogue to what had just happened, which is kind of odd. Usually you want the big explosion to be the final episode of a season. I get frustrated. I get frustrated with that model. I will say this, though. I generally, on an episode by episode basis, I tend to enjoy House of the Dragon more than the original Game of Thrones, because I feel that the stories are tighter in House of the Dragon than in the original. And I think that, because as I said, a lot of the original Game of Thrones would be two characters such as Sir Barristan and Sir Jory, was it? They'll just be sort of talking about their relationship with Daenerys for a whole scene. Then we'll cut to Tyrion and Jaime having a conversation about being brothers and how much Tywin hates them. Then we'll cut to a scene and it'll be, the Spider and Littlefinger talking in circles around each other about how much one wants the throne and one doesn't. And it's like, so like 4 or 5 scenes will go by and you're like, nothing's actually happened yet. Like nothing has happened. All I've seen is characters walking in gardens and walking through, the Hall of the Seven, and nothing is happening. And then in like the last 15 minutes, bang, you've got, the Viper versus the Mountain and all kinds of shit goes down. And then you gotta wait another week for something else to happen. I really hated this model. And what I like about House of the Dragon is it seems to not do that, because I do find the individual scenes building up to the end of an episode to be pretty fascinating. Just like the scene, for example, of Viserys on the hunt, and all of the sycophantic nobles are trying to marry his daughter, and so they keep coming up to him, but they keep subtly suggesting, we all know that Rhaenyra is not really going to be your chosen heir, so we're, now that your son has been born, and Viserys experiences this as a kind of passive-aggressive dig, and it's pissing him off. It's pissing him off because on the one hand, he kind of agrees with him subconsciously, but on the conscious layer, he's annoyed that he has to keep like reinforcing this belief. And so I love it. Like, so the Lannister, is it Jeremy Lannister? I'm going to say Jeremy Lannister. I can't remember. But the Lannister guy comes up to King Viserys and says, I would give your daughter this castle at Casterly Rock and we would build a great dragon pit for her. And he said, no, why is it that you think she would need that? She's going to be serving in King's Landing as the queen. Well, I just assumed, Your Grace, that because you now have a son, of course. He's like, so you think that I'm going to replace my chosen heir? No, of course not. It's just, I've been hearing, mutters of this. And he's like, who? It's your sworn duty to report rebellion in my kingdom. Like, that's a great scene, because I love that stuff, right? Something is happening there that is revealing the character and is advancing the story. I love the character King Viserys. He was a dark horse if there ever was one. He starts out as your typical kind of wet noodle. He's not a good king. We all know where this is going. But it doesn't go that way. It actually turns out he's a much stronger, more courageous man than you think he is by the end of it. And I really liked that. I really liked that a lot. Still, I want to see green versus black. I want to see dragons. I want to see fire, blood, the whole works. I want it all. I want to see shit go down. I'm going to be disappointed if that doesn't happen, is all that I'm saying. And I do not believe I need this. folks. After Ahsoka and Echo, the Acolyte, all of the DC movies, The Flash and Blue Beetle, good God, Secret Invasion, all this shit, all this garbage. I need this, okay? I need House of the Dragon to be good. I need it, okay? I can't take anymore. I can't take any more crap. I'm desperate, HBO. You can't fail me here. I've been watching drivel written by corporate climbers with no talent that eat glow. I can't take any more of it. Ryan Condell, you must save me. You must save me with a good story, please. Where is Vince Gilligan? What is Vince Gilligan doing? Get him out here. Get him off the bench. We need another Breaking Bad story or something. I'm rewatching Better Call Saul. It's brilliant, man. It's unbelievably good, that show. I'm binging it because it's like I'm starved. I'm a man in the desert, dying of thirst. Believe me, if I have to report to you next Sunday here on the Captain's Cast on YouTube, Rumble, and X, formerly Twitter, please like and subscribe. If I have to report to you that I'm disappointed in House of the Dragon, please understand, no one will be more disappointed than me. Like that, I do not want to tell you that. I want to tell you that it was amazing because I don't want more. I don't want anything. I just can't. I can't have only bad stuff in my diet of films and TV. Dune Part 2 is spectacular. Watching that again, I just love that. Fu Man Blue says, I'm off to make supper. Have a good one, Fu Man Blue. Thanks for stopping by. Thanks for the super chat. Starfury says, trust an American to turn up late for a battle. He was a Ferelden, Starfury. You are mistaken, sir. Actually, Starfury. The Fereldans in Dragon Age Origins, they are definitely meant to be the English, okay? They are definitely the English, okay? There is another country in Dragon Age called Orlais, and they have very elaborate palaces, and they have a vaguely they have a very France accent. They're definitely the French, and the Orlesians hate the Fereldans, and they call them a bunch of country hillbilly dog people, the dog lords or whatever. It's really funny. So no, the Fereldans are supposed to be the English in Dragon Age, as written by Canadians. Neutron Pack says, I've been watching Your Honor, and it's pretty good. Really? Interesting. I tried this show with Benedict Cumberbatch on Netflix, and it was crap. I was like, I've had enough of that. No need for that. Starfury says, I think Starfury was talking about me being very late to today's show. Okay, fair enough. Poor Starfury just caught a stray from the captain. I'm sorry, Starfury. I apologize, sir. My name is John Blackthorne, and I have come to treat with you. Damn your arrogance, sir! Damn your arrogance! What else do we have in the stack of stuff? We have an article. We have an article I wish to cover. This is an interesting take from Russell Crowe, of all people. Russell Crowe, of all people. Hat tip bounding into comics. I want you to check this out. Thor Love and Thunder star Russell Crowe criticizes actors who complain about appearing in superhero movies. Quote, you're telling me you signed up for a Marvel movie and you didn't get enough pathos? Your dear captain had to look up the term pathos because I forgot what it meant, but it means something evoking pity. I'm going to look it up again. A quality that evokes pity or sadness. So that's pathos for you, in case you didn't know. In the opinion of Thor Love and Thunder actor Russell Crowe, any actor who signs up for a superhero film expecting it to be the most artistic and fulfilling experience of their career needs to take a step back and subject themselves to a reality check. Crowe, whose additional cinematic comic book credits include roles such as Jor-El in Man of Steel, he was great as that, and the protagonist's father, Nikolai Kravinov, in Sony's ill-fated Kraven the Hunter, shared his disagreement with his peers' growing resentment towards the capes and tights genre during a recent Spotlight interview given to GQ. Asked by the outlet's Haley Campbell for his thoughts on Madam Web star Dakota Johnson's previous criticism, which I agree with, that the embarrassing Spider-Man spinoff was an example of how, quote, art does not do well when it's made by committee, Crowe opined, I don't want to make any comments to what anybody else might have said or what their experience is, but you're bringing out the impish quality of my humor. You're telling me you signed up for a Marvel movie and some effing universe for cartoon characters and you didn't get enough pathos? Not quite sure how I can make this better for you. Now, I gotta pause here for a second. I'm a little torn on this. On the one hand, I sort of agree with what Crowe is saying and I sort of like it. On the other hand, it's so typical of Hollywood creatives to view superhero characters this way. It's like, have you not seen Spider-Man 2? Like one of the great... Have you not seen Batman Begins or The Dark Knight? The idea that a superhero universe is automatically a universe of silly cartoon characters is exactly why Marvel has been run straight into the ground. Because people who think that way are running it. On the other hand, I do think it's funny that he's like, look, stop taking yourself so seriously. You signed up for a Marvel movie, just roll with it. Crowe went on to say, it's a gigantic machine, and they can make movies at a certain size, he asserted. And, you know, I've experienced that on the DC side with Man of Steel, Zack Snyder, and I've experienced it on the Marvel side via Disney with Thor, Love and Thunder. And I've also experienced the Sony-produced Marvel Dark Universe with Kraven the Hunter. These are jobs. You know, here's your role, play the role. If you're expecting this to be some kind of life-changing event, I just think you're here for the wrong reasons. Close quote. I actually think that's a very professional take. I think that's actually a very professional mindset to have about it. Because he's like, you have a job, do your job. If you are taking a job and you expect it to be this life-changing, earth-shaking, like this is going to be the best thing ever in my career event, well, what he's saying, in my view, is he's saying that's an amateur mindset. That's an amateur mindset. You're jumping ahead of yourself. You're expecting the result, the laurels, the accolades. That's the wrong mindset to have as an actor, as a creative. Your job is the job. Your job is the work. So on that level, I think this is a very brilliant point that Crowe is making here. Even if I think he's got a very snooty attitude about superhero films. Continuing in his thoughts, Crowe then informed Campbell, it can be challenging working in a blue screen world when you have to convince yourself of a lot more than just the internal machinations of your character. But for anything to be, and you can't make this a direct comment on her because I don't know her and I don't know what she went through. And the fact that you can have a shit experience on a film, yeah, you can. But is that the Marvel process? I'm not sure you can say that. I haven't had a bad experience. I mean, on Thor, okay, it's a Marvel movie, but it's Taika Waititi's world, and it's just a gas every day being silly, close quote. So I love this. Yes, you want actors to have fun on the set, but Crowe is basically saying, well, I had fun. Well, that's good, Crowe. That's good for you, Russell Crowe. But we as the audience did not have fun. And don't misunderstand. I don't think Crowe is shitting on the audience at all here. What he's saying is, as an actor, you just got to you just got to be present and, you know, manage your expectations. Do your job, have fun if you can, go home. I respect that. However, just because the actors are having fun does not mean that the audience is having fun. In fact, I prefer my creatives to suffer for their art. Open quote. And then with J.C. Chandor on Kraven, I'm just bringing a little weight to the circumstances. So the young actors have got an actor they can bounce off of, he continued. Going to work with JC was fun. You know, so many of these directors have a certain skill level. Freaking genius people, not Leslie Headlamp. Think about what's required, right? It's everything. The composition, the framing, the color, the music, what's left outside the camera, whether it's Proof of Life director Jocelyn Moorhouse or it's Ridley Scott. You're talking about hanging out with geniuses. I think he means Proof of Life. Maybe he just means Proof. Proof director Jocelyn Moorhouse. Yeah, not always, Russell Crowe. You're not always hanging out with geniuses. That is definitely not always the case. Look, whatever you think of Taika Waititi, I do believe Taika Waititi is a skilled director. I still think Thor Love and Thunder is a pile of crap, and it's self-indulgent as all hell. But I think Taika Waititi is, at the very least, a creative that has talent and vision. But what you see with, like, The Acolyte is not even close to that. Not even close. So there you go. So that is Russell Crowe's take on it, which I found interesting. I do love Master and Commander Anthony. You are absolutely correct about that. Persephone saying Russell Crowe is based. Love it. Yeah, I mean, he kind of had a backhanded remark about superhero movies, which, you know, they're cartoon characters. What do you want? I don't consider The Dark Knight a cartoon. Okay? I don't consider Spider-Man 2 a cartoon. Like, these are brilliant films that have a lot to say, and they're really well done. But I do think, I mean, there is a level of base to that, which is what I would say is he has a professional attitude about it, which is, I'm a professional. This is my profession. It's a job. I do my job. And it's not that, it's not apathy, right? He's not saying I don't care if it's a good product. Of course he cares. Of course he wants it to be well received. He wants it to be the next Gladiator. That would be great. But that's not the mindset we have as professionals. As professionals, our mindset is a lunch pail mindset. We show up, we do our job, and we distance our ego from the work. And that's not easy to do. That takes discipline. That's why it's called being a professional. If it were easy, everyone would be a professional. And I do like that he was saying, I'm not going to comment on Dakota Johnson because, I don't know her experience or what's going on there. I happen to think Dakota Johnson's comments are, she was brilliant on her comments about Madam Web. She's like, look, the audience can smell bullshit. What do you want? And honestly, she wasn't whining either. She wasn't really complaining. She's like, yeah, that movie's a stinker. Not my fault. I'm an actor. I did. Dude, you got to see her drive an ambulance into a dude. It's very funny. What else? Did I miss any other comments? Now, on that subject, I have a couple of articles. Do I want... I feel like reading there is this talk. Let's just get the headline, shall we? I'm not going to read this whole article. But let's hear the predictable Shill take. Okay, there was this article on Screen Rant I was looking at, and it was about how, the Star Wars fandom has always been divided over ownership of Star Wars. And at first I thought maybe this is going to be a reasonable take. And I'm like, because we all know where it's going. Fans are racist, toxic bigots, right? But it actually was a very long article going all the way back to disagreements over the prequels, disagreements over the special editions, all that stuff. And I thought, wow, maybe. I get to the bottom of the article and it says, now the modern era. Fans who hate that it's not all white. And I'm like, oh, geez. These people are like a hive mind. They can never have a different opinion. But anyway... 10 years later, this from Inverse, the Acolyte isn't ruining Star Wars. You are. Meh. Listen, you know what's funny about this to me? Why do these people care if we hate it? Just say you love it and move on. Like, why do you care? You need us to like it. Why? Because you need us to agree with your sick world view. That's what this is about. That this is a battle for the soul of humanity. It is. Now, that's a bit melodramatic, I grant you. However, they are deadly serious about this, folks. Why else do they go to such lengths to prop up something as dog shit as the Acolyte? It's crap. Why do they invest so much energy in defending it? It's kind of weird when you think about it. But just to give you an example, I love the James Cameron films, Avatar and Avatar: The Way of Water. I like these films a lot. I am a giant Avatar fan. I think I saw the first film 3 times in theaters. A lot of people hate that movie. A lot of people think it's crap. A lot of people think the story sucks. They're kind of right. They're not totally wrong about that. I would argue it's a basic adventure story that works, but it's a bit thin. I will grant you that. So I acknowledge its faults. That does not take away the fact that I enjoy it. A lot of people hate Stranger Things Season 3. I love Stranger Things Season 3 while acknowledging its problems. I love the storyline of the Mind Flayer. I was shocked, by the way. Ryan Cannell, the angriest man on the internet. He recently saw Stranger Things, and he liked the Mind Flayer building the big flesh monster thing and the sort of mano-y-mano vendetta he had against Eleven. He liked that too. See? Some people agree with the captain. But anyway, that surprised me. I figured if anyone's going to hate Season 3, it'll be Ryan Cannell. But anyway. My point is, I don't need people to like Stranger Things Season 3 or Avatar for me to enjoy Avatar or Season 3 of Stranger Things. That is not a requirement for my enjoyment. In fact, the ultimate kahuna, whom I was talking to on Wrangler's live stream on Frequency Studios this past Monday, was saying that he hates Breaking Bad. It's about a bunch of miserable people, and he can't stand watching it. Doesn't change the fact that it's the most brilliant TV show. It's one of the most brilliant written TV shows ever made. It just flat out is. And it's one of my favorite TV shows ever made. But I understand where he's coming from. I understand Walter White. I kind of disagree with him on Walter White. But anyway, that's neither here nor there. He doesn't. I've experienced this. I watched a show called Bloodline on Netflix with Chandler Riggs. That show is crap. I can't stand it. All the people in that show are awful. They all deserve what they get. I don't like any of them, and I hate the show because of it. I don't feel that way with Breaking Bad. But my point is, I don't need him to like it. But moreover, I'm okay with him not liking it, and I'm curious. Why don't you like it? Why didn't you think this? Why don't you think that? I'm curious to hear the answer. Why do they need us to like The Acolyte? Why? Because they need us to agree with their worldview. That's what this is about, folks. No one hates Star Wars more than those who claim to be Star Wars fans. Sure, the past few years have given the fandom plenty to critique. The sequels splintered the fan base beyond recognition, and Lucasfilm's efforts to expand the galaxy on the small screen have been mixed at best. And in some cases, criticism is inevitable. Not everyone will find something to like in the franchise's recent output. I think you mean sewer output. At a certain point, though, the discourse reaches a fever pitch, and even Lucasfilm's most promising projects can get swept up in the drama. The Acolyte is not the first Star Wars project to face the brunt of fan backlash, and it likely won't be the last. But the new live-action series is also... Can I just point something out? Isn't it funny how whenever they make a woke dumpster fire that is like worse than high school, bad high school theater drama, and we don't like it, they call that backlash. When they see an old classic movie... what's a good example? Warhammer 40,000, right? They get wind that Warhammer 40,000 doesn't have female space marines, and they literally embark upon a campaign of cancellation and censorship and just destroying everything. They want to rewrite the whole thing. Why isn't that a backlash? How come they never define that as a backlash? I don't know. Anyway, resuming with the story. But the new live-action series is also one of the best additions to the galaxy far away in a long time, embracing decades of nostalgia while also thinking critically on the franchise's legacy. Are you catching this, folks? Do you see what they're saying here? They are subtly implying that there is something wrong with the original Star Wars films. They try to have it both ways. They pretend that they are diehard Star Wars fans. Oh, I love Star Wars. I'm a true Star Wars fan, unlike you, bigot. While also saying out the other side of their mouth that they consider the original stories to be very problematic. Open quote. It also might be the most diversity, equity, and inclusion. Diversity, equity, and inclusion. Amen. And while that's definitely a boon for marginalized fans, jeez. I can't, dude, I don't understand how any fan, any non-white, non-male fan, how can you stand being talked down to this way? It's disgusting. It would make my skin crawl to hear people talking to me this way. Oh, you're marginalized. Dude, they're literally saying that if you are anything other than a straight white male who enjoys Return of the Jedi, or screw that, if you enjoy The Phantom Menace and you are anything other than a straight white male, it's like, well, it was good, but it hated you, and it wasn't for you, and you couldn't really enjoy it to its fullest because you were excluded. What a bizarre way to think of things. That's so bizarre. Resuming quote, it's made the Acolyte the target of a vocal splinter of the fandom. Ew, gross. Whether you know them as the fandom menace or a cluster of blue checkmark users on Twitter, what? What is up with the blue? These wackos used to love the blue checkmark. Now they hate it. It's impossible to escape their orbit. Dude, folks, we are under their skin. Never doubt this, folks. Dude, they hear everything Critical Drinker is saying. They are hearing Nerdrotic. They hear Grizzy. They know. They know, folks. They hate it that we don't love it. They hate it that we're having fun. See, you know what? There were two scenarios. There were two scenarios that the wokey, wacko, access media shills, the lunatics, right? The ideological diversity, equity, and inclusion cultists. There were two scenarios they wanted. Scenario number one. We all love the Acolyte. Oh, the Acolyte, it's so stunning, so brave. It's the best thing ever. You've changed my mind, Disney. That was scenario number one. Scenario number two that they would have been very happy with is we are sad and depressed, and that's basically it. We are miserable. That is what would have made them happy. Unfortunately, the third option that they did not foresee is what has happened, which is, yes, you've destroyed everything we love, but we're still happy. We found a way to have fun with it, and we're moving on. We're making our own things. We're looking for new things. We're celebrating the old things we love. We're on the lookout for new things that are good, such as House of the Dragon or Arcane, right? We have an eye out, or One Piece live action, Godzilla -1. We're having a blast without the franchises you've destroyed. Folks, nothing makes a tyrant more unhappy than the people that they are trying to lord over being happy. It pisses them off. Folks, our joy and our happiness in the Fellowship, we of the Fellowship, it's getting under their skin, folks. It's bugging them. They need us to be one of two things: happy with their woke messaging and agreeing with all of it and being allies, or being miserable and defeated and depressed. We're neither. And it's pissing them off. And I'm here for it. Resume quote, to hear them tell it, the series is the worst thing that's ever happened to Star Wars. Correction, it's the worst thing Disney has ever produced. Wacko. And its showrunner, Leslie Headland, is just as fiendish as Lucasfilm president Kathleen Kennedy. What? Dude, who cares? I don't care about Leslie Headland. It's you wackos who started the Me Too movement and were demanding answers. But for some reason, this cube-shaped woman, in the words of Jim Dangle, a very unfortunate-looking woman, you're the ones who are giving her a pass for some reason. Quote, to them, showrunner Leslie Headland is just as fiendish as Lucasfilm president Kathleen Kennedy. To them, the Acolyte's woke agenda, it is woke, is something to be feared, more like ridiculed. It's ruining Star Wars. It's poisoning pop culture itself. It needs to be stopped by any means necessary. It will be. We're winning. This article is proof that you're losing. We realize how ridiculous that all sounds, right? God, I hope so. But if not, let's try this. The Acolyte is not actually ruining Star Wars, but the bigoted backlash is definitely ruining the fun for everyone else. It's not outright shocking to see something like the Acolyte marred by racist, misogynistic, and even anti-LGBTQ backlash. That Star Wars devotees would share their multiple bad faith treatises about this series on YouTube, or tank its audience score on Rotten Tomatoes. It's so stunning, so brave, it doesn't deserve it. It's just par for the course at this point. This is, after all, the same fandom that launched consistent attacks against. Here it comes, folks. Are you ready for this? Actors like John Boyega, Kelly Marie Tran, and Daisy Ridley. The same fandom. Dude, we defended John Boyega. We tried to defend Finn against the character assassination that he endured from Rian Johnson. Notice how they ignore the fact that Rian Johnson and J.J. Abrams got massive hate. Notice how they ignore that. The same fandom that were publicly admonished by Ewan McGregor. Oh, yes, and we felt very bad about that, and we went to our room and thought about it for a long time. When Obi-Wan Kenobi faced similar pushback. The problem is, nothing has changed. In the 10 years since this vocal minority suddenly cried out against diverse casting. Oh, yes, we hate it. And more nuanced storytelling. Nuanced storytelling? Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Oh, jeez. Delusional, folks. Can I give you a sample of nuanced storytelling? But the Jedi are bad. No, the Jedi are good. Yes. Oh, jeez. Your gal, stop. It's too much. It's too much genius. Comments on set design and screenwriting have turned into misogynistic microaggressions against Headland. She is a cube-shaped woman. She is an unfortunate-looking woman. She has zero talent. She is the former personal assistant of Harvey Weinstein. How dare you call that a microaggression? That is not a microaggression. That is a flat-out aggression. Even critiques on the series have been weaponized by its haters. There's no room for nuance when it comes to the Acolyte. You either stand with the series, flaws and all, or you're irrevocably against it. What are you talking about? Dude, I have heard so many people ripping the shit out of Acolyte who are still defending. You know, the Squid Game guy, I cannot, my brain cannot retain the man's name. I'm sorry, no disrespect to him. I cannot retain his name. I don't know why. I just can't, okay? It's my fault as a white man. Anyway, Squid Game guy has been pretty much defended around the board as being pretty much, even though he has, his English, he learned English for the role, which, hey, hats off to that. But even with a thick accent, people consider him basically the best actor in the show. So again, that's another lie. We're not 100% against it. There was potential in some universe. The origins of this toxicity aren't difficult to figure out. At the end of the day, it boils down to entitlement. Many male fans, ew, gross, they don't deserve to be fans because they're male, feel like they own this franchise, and they are determined to safeguard it from anyone that could challenge that ownership. Dude, this is classic projection. Dude, this is what they feel. This is actually what they feel about everything that does not belong to them. Warhammer 40,000, The Witcher, The Wheel of Time, Star Trek, Star Wars, The Lord of the Rings. They feel ownership over all these things. They feel that they are entitled to rewrite all these things for a modern audience. Notice how they project that on us. That's unbelievable. That makes it hard for disparate groups to coexist. Oh, really? Because calling everyone racist, sexist, and homophobes all the time, oh, that makes it real easy to coexist. Is that right? And it's even harder for any non-white, non-male creatives hoping to tell stories within the franchise. What are you talking about? You can't get hired if you're a straight white male anymore. It's not possible. It's never been a better time. It's like there's nothing. You've got to be, even being gay isn't enough anymore. You've got to be trans. You've got to be trans non-binary gay. Oh, it's rich. It's rich, isn't it? What began as a relatively niche issue has become Lucasfilm's biggest hurdle moving forward. The Acolyte can weather the storm so stunning, so brave. After all, it's been well received by the critics. Yes, it has. But what about the fandom and its relationship to those guiding the franchise now? As the discourse spirals out of control, it's getting harder to ignore it outright. There's no easy way out, but something has to change. We need to open a concentration camp. Otherwise, this vocal minority will end up ruining Star Wars for the rest of us. Oh, my God. Okay, how about a palate cleanser? How about a palate cleanser? Persephone says, if a superhero movie deviates wildly from the source material, then audiences are going to be upset. And we should be when they destroy a beloved character. Yeah, this is not what this is about. The same people that are like, stop being so toxic, stop being such an anti-fan, they're the same people that go and find an intellectual property that they don't care about and know nothing about, such as Berserk, the manga Berserk. They just stumble across it, and now they've got to make a bunch of TikTok videos about how problematic and evil it is. And it's like, so they're the same people that when they don't like something, they will undertake to ruin the lives of the people that created it if they can. They literally are everything they accuse us of doing. It's very sad. Anyway, okay, next article. Because this is I tend to agree with this take. Hat Tip Forbes, of all places. Relentless mediocrity is killing Star Wars. Folks, I could not say it better myself. Relentless, dude, that's because why? Why is relentless mediocrity infesting basically all of Hollywood, pretty much all of Western entertainment? I mean, look at EA, look at BioWare, look at what's happening to the games industry. DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion, or as it should properly be called, let's see, tyranny? I forget what my term for diversity was. I have it written down somewhere. I think I have it written down on my stack of stuff. Jeez. I think I have it. No, I don't have it. I forget. I was tyranny and perversion. I forget what I had for diversity. I don't forget about it. Diversity, equity, and inclusion. In other words, lowering standards because of the bigotry of low expectations and saying your skin color is the reason you're hired, not your credentials as a writer at all. Quote, Star Wars has lost its way. I think it lost its way long before Disney acquired Lucasfilm, though the sins of the House of Mouse tend to differ fundamentally from the shortcomings of George Lucas himself, I would agree. The former has inundated us with unsatisfying content. It's a little harsh. The latter let... right. The latter let his once brilliant IP wither on the vine. Which brings me to a different headline I was toying around with. Andor has ruined Star Wars for me. Well, this is fascinating. Andor is simply so much better than anything else from the Disney era, and better than anything, I'd argue, since the original trilogy. Oh, come off it. No, it is not. Dude, Andor is not better than the prequels. I had to fast forward large swaths of Andor because it was dry, boring. Yes, there are a handful of episodes in Andor that are brilliant, and there are great characters, and it's an authentic world. Stellan Skarsgård's character of Luthen is exceptional. Exceptional in that show. He has one of the best monologues I've ever heard. What have I sacrificed? I have sacrificed everything for a future I will never see. What have I sacrificed? Everything. It's brilliant. It's so good. However, large portions of that show are slow, dull plotting. So no, I'm sorry, I don't agree with you, author of this article. Quote, The Mandalorian Season 3 felt cheap, directionless, slapdash. Also included Lizzo. The less said about Obi-Wan Kenobi and the Book of Boba Fett, the better. Ahsoka, so far at least, leaves much to be desired. All this money and so little to show for it. Mediocrity is the word I'm looking for. Star Wars has become relentlessly mediocre. Also, ditto MCU. It's not that they're... ditto Indiana Jones. Ditto all of it. It's not that there isn't anything to like about these shows. Nah, there really isn't anything to like about these shows. It's that they all feel half-baked and overblown, like butter spread over too little bread, to borrow a phrase from Mr. Baggins. Did Obi-Wan Kenobi need to be a TV series? It had about enough content for a 2-hour movie. The rest was awkward and rather boring filler. The new Willow series was dreadful for many reasons, not the least of which was Disney's inability to hire talented writers who actually understood what made the original film so beloved. And I can't help but wonder if it might have been better as a 90-minute film. Alas, Willow will now once again languish in obscurity for decades, I suspect. Who needed a sequel to Willow? Go watch the old movie. Quote, does Ahsoka need to be an 8-episode series? Or would it have been better served as a more tightly drawn film? I can't answer that yet, but looking back on most of the Star Wars and Marvel Disney Plus shows, I can honestly say that the vast majority, with a few exceptions, would have been made better movies than shows. In the Marvel space, WandaVision is the only Disney Plus show that works perfectly as a TV series. I beg to differ. There are many reasons for this, but the clever format that drops Wanda and Vision and the other townsfolk into different sitcom eras works perfectly as a TV show. Well, that piece of it, I would agree, yes. The episodes were generally shorter as well, and each had a different intro song that adopted the style of the sitcom era it was lampooning. I agree, that was pretty clever. Structurally, WandaVision was perfect for TV. Other Marvel shows, from The Falcon and the Winter Soldier to She-Hulk, would have worked better as movies. They didn't need so much time to tell so little story. Andor, like WandaVision, shows us that the television format can work for Star Wars, but only if constructed properly. Gilroy, that would be Tony Gilroy, an actual talent with credentials who wrote Andor, blocked out several different story arcs within the first season of the show, handing each to a team of writers and directors while overseeing the overarching series. That's what's called showrunning. It's called being a showrunner. Each arc had a beginning, middle, and an end that propelled viewers through, albeit often slowly, as this show is certainly a slow burn, to a series of climactic moments that led directly to the next block of episodes. Dude, exactly! I just skipped the first 2 episodes, and I just watched every 3rd episode, and it's pretty good. Andor is pretty good. Just watch every 3rd episode, and it's pretty good. You don't need those 2 episodes setting everything up, because there's too much filler. Indeed, at the time, resuming with the story, indeed, at the time, I lamented the weekly release, believing still that releasing each chunk of episodes each week would have been the savvier move. There is no way to take all 4-ish arcs in Andor and turn them into a satisfying film, but fans have already stripped down Obi-Wan Kenobi into an unofficial film, and I bet it would be easy to do the same for Falcon, Hawkeye, or Book of Boba Fett. Why would you do that with Book of Boba Fett? Nothing happened in that stupid show. Of course, it's not just that Andor works well as a TV series that sets it apart. It's also better than any Disney-era Star Wars films and leaps and bounds better than Lucas's prequel films. God, this is a snob. This author of this article is a snooty. He is a snooty critic of the approved intellectual class of film critique. He is a pedigreed sophisticate who is he is authorized to tell you what you should think about things. Quote, this is largely because the writing is excellent, the attention and detail in every set and costume is unparalleled in Star Wars, and the terrific actors are all given great material to work with. I mostly agree with that. In other words, at every turn, Andor strives for excellence, whereas just about every other modern Star Wars offering trucks in cheap tricks, cameos, Easter eggs, and half-cooked ideas. Fan service in all the wrong ways. The sequel trilogy was not only rushed, it was incoherent, with nobody overseeing an overarching storyline for all 3 films. This oversight, this dreadful calamity, remains utterly baffling to me. Well, subscribe to the Swords and Starships channel, sir, Madam Marit, and I will explain to you the problems. This oversight, this dreadful, with just a little effort and care, not to mention competent management, the trilogy could have been mapped out all at once with a compelling arc from episodes 7 to 9. Instead, we get whiplash between each film. Regardless, unabating mediocrity prevails time and time again. Gilroy was also the man Disney brought in to save Rogue One, a film I did like. Though he came to the project well into production, save it he did, as Rogue One, warts and all, remains the best of the new Star Wars movies. I wholeheartedly agree with that. In fact, it's the only Disney film of Star Wars that's watchable to me, is Rogue One. Quote, I've never been interested in Star Wars, ever, so I had no reverence for it whatsoever. This would be Gilroy. I was unafraid about that, Gilroy told The Hollywood Reporter of his work on the film, and they were in such a swamp. They were just in so much terrible, terrible trouble that all you could do was improve their position. Close quote for a second. Folks, this is actually fascinating. This is a fascinating point in this article in Forbes. And let me hat tip the author here. Author Eric Kane of Forbes, senior contributor, entertainment and culture. TV, movies, video games, etc. Eric Kane of Forbes. Okay, great observation in this article. Let me get back to my place here. So Tony Gilroy, the writer of Andor, he also wrote a lot of great films, the Bourne trilogy, which are very tight, smart written films. He also wrote The Devil's Advocate with Al Pacino, Keanu Reeves, great film. So he's got some good feathers in his cap, let's just say. And it turns out that Rogue One was kind of a mess, and they brought Tony Gilroy in to fix the script. Folks, I'd never heard this before. This is a really fascinating insight. So let's wind the clock back. Okay, at the time that Rogue One came out, what did we have? We had The Force Awakens and Rogue One. That's it. From our perspective, Force Awakens, whether you liked it or hated it, there's, at least there was mystery box potential, right? There was, maybe Finn has got the Force or something. We had, what's Snoke all about? Well, when Luke gets in here, he'll set things right? So in our headcanon, there was potential. Rogue One comes out, and it seems like, well, this is a pretty talented story. I mean, yes, it's some people thought it's a little bit boring or whatever. I loved it. I thought it was pretty good. It turns out, folks, behind the scenes, it was a shit show even then. It was a shit show. The movie was falling apart. They had to bring in Gilroy to fix the piece of crap they were about to release. And he narrowly bailed it out. Think about that, folks. We have been dealing with talentless hacks this whole time. Like the whole time. This was always going to happen. The Acolyte was always going to happen. We just didn't know it yet. Resuming with the article by Eric Kane of Forbes, watching Rogue One post Andor, it's hard not to notice all the little things it gets wrong. Andor gave us something new, while also managing to feel more Star Wars than anything since the original trilogy. They never say, "May the Force be with you," or fight with lightsabers. But I think that's a mistake. They should say, "May the Force be with you," because that was a common saying in the Star Wars universe, but I digress. But it still feels so intrinsically Star Wars. The aesthetic is just so. But Rogue One wasn't the only thing in so much trouble, terrible trouble. The problems facing the entertainment industry after the broken promises of Netflix's streaming future remain an existential crisis for Hollywood writ large. One could argue that the reason so much Star Wars content has felt like it's one stage of identity crisis, or that it's in one stage of identity crisis or another, is because of Disney's decision to start making all the new content for its streaming service, D+, rather than releasing theatrically or on traditional cable television. While the problems with Star Wars films can't be laid at the feet of the streaming wars or pandemic-induced delays, the wider issues facing Hollywood, which have led directly to the current writers and actors strikes, are major culprits in this fiasco nonetheless. Writing at the Anchor, showrunner Alina Smith lays out the great Netflix scam in no uncertain terms. Quote, "The story of the streaming wars has been widely told by now, but I'll provide a short recap. In the pilot episode of this limited series, so to speak, TV and film's great disruption was kicked off by Netflix, who came raging into the business with a fire hose of speculative cash, unleashing the biggest spending spree in the history of the industry. Netflix did so while deploying the classic Silicon Valley strategies of predatory pricing, vertical integration, and hoarding of data in order to grab market share and make it impossible for the so-called legacy media companies, parentheses, translation, those dinosaurs who still needed to make a profit off of entertainment, to compete. Netflix, like Uber, and yes, like WeWork, was selling a story of unlimited growth and infinite scale of monopolistic market domination. As long as interest rates remained at zero, You can thank the Orange Man for that. And subscription numbers kept going up. Wall Street bought the story, and so did the old guard of legacy media, who, tossing aside a century's worth of experience and relationships in the notoriously unpredictable entertainment business, one by one, threw their hats in the streaming ring, seduced by the promise of unwavering growth, each starting their own, often amusingly named, direct-to-consumer subscription content platforms. That's, close quote, a pretty brilliant take, actually. And I will just add to that, Netflix famously they were assholes. They were assholes that just used and abused all the other companies. They stole from them. I mean, in the sense that like they would steal their talent and just be like, flip them the bird. And they made enemies. Netflix made enemies all over the industry. Resuming with the article, she notes that artists, writers, and actors, and all the rest were also seduced into this new streaming utopia where early payouts cloaked dangerous realities. Quote, and once Netflix made this model the new normal, other companies followed suit. Now, there were no more Nielsen ratings, no more box office numbers, no more publicly available feedback loop of any kind to reveal to anyone, artists, executives, audience, critics, which of the ever-mounting heap of shows or movies were actually being watched and enjoyed. Close quote for a second, folks. What have I been saying on this channel? They have abandoned the model of profit. They have abandoned the model of actual feedback. That's a great point. And again, this is a quote from, this is Alina Smith of the Dickinson show on Apple TV. Never heard of it, don't care. But she's making a genius point here, which is that the streaming bonanza removed the feedback of advertising, ratings, that is people watching it, aka enjoying it, which then led to higher advertising revenue, which led to revenue coming into a company, which led to the reason for a show. The title of this stream is The Acolyte is Too Stupid to Exist Without the Name Star Wars. Why? Because in the ratings advertising model, this show has no reason to exist. Its only purpose in existence now is to be named Star Wars. And various other woke fuckery. Open quote. To make matters still more murky, Amazon and Apple joined the money-burning carnival. I really love that phrase. The money-burning carnival. Does that not paint a picture? It's like laughing clowns throwing piles of cash on a fire. Welcome to the money-burning carnival. Do you want to make a Star Wars show? Step right up. Oh, it's so amazing. I think of Twisty the Clown just burning Disney's money. Okay, anyway. To make matters still more murky, Amazon and Apple joined the money-burning carnival, setting up in-house branding operations disguised as entertainment studios that were really just diversified value adds to the products and bundles that form the core of their massive tech ecosystems. Smith says she has no idea how successful her own show was on Apple and isn't certain that Apple can even tell. The almighty algorithm continues to churn out the relentless mediocrity that we're all slowly coming, some of us more slowly than others, sir, coming to accept as the new normal. With only these rare diamonds in the rough to remind us what ought to be. How long is this article? Oh, jeez! We're already putting Starfury to bed. Good night, Starfury. Thanks for showing up. Appreciate it. Thank you to everyone watching. Even if on the restream, chapters will be in the description. But anyway, I disagree with this guy's take that this is mediocrity. Mediocrity went by like 1,000 miles ago. Okay. Mediocrity was Mandalorian Season 2. Okay. Mediocrity was The Force Awakens. That was mediocrity. What we are dealing with in The Acolyte is stupid people who do not know what they're doing. These are embarrassing scenes. Do I need to show you again? Like, Are you telling me, sir, Eric Kane of Forbes, are you telling me that you would describe this as, it's kind of mediocre?
The power of one, the power of two, the power of many.
That is a nightmare fever dream, sir. That is what that is, okay? They eat glue. These creatives. All right. Good night, Persephone. Thanks for showing up. Always good to see a new face in the chat. I appreciate it. Starfit, you should go back to Garrus Vakarian. I like Garrus Vakarian. I'm messing with Star. He went to Godzilla. As if Guts could give a shit. What are we saying about Guts? Dude, they never better get a hold of Guts. Ever. Wrangler, why, you are too kind, sir. Promoting the captain's nautical adventure, Blood and Oak. Yes, in fact, on that... Thank you very much, Wrangler. You are too kind. I do appreciate it. On that note, allow me to share more on that with you, if you will just pardon the captain for a moment. This video is sponsored by the High Seas action-adventure novel Blood and Oak, by me, Captain Garrett. Here's the story. When his sister is kidnapped and sold into slavery by the Barbary pirates, a daring young Navy officer embarks on a suicidal quest for rescue and revenge. This is a story of bloody naval warfare, set during the age of fighting sail, with ruthless rogues, smugglers, cutthroats, and pirates, with deadly sword fights, and tall ships slugging it out with cannons. Available now in Kindle, print, and audiobook. Go to www.bloodandoak.com. And when you get there, there's a free special gift waiting for you from me. Get your copy now. The link is in the description. And now, back to me. I should have played that before everyone went to bed or, went to go make dinner before Hot D. So, Persephone, I know I'm starting to think about, I'm excited for Game of Thrones. Says, I'm out too. Got dinner to cook before Hot D. I enjoyed the stream. See y'all next time. Why, thank you, Persephone. I appreciate it. I appreciate everybody. Everybody here on a Sunday night hanging out. How long we been going, chat? We've been going 4 hours. Holy captain. Holy captain, Batman. The captain just had a stroke. I don't even know. All right, let's... how do I want to close this out? Let's have one for the road, shall we? I do not want to forget anything that I put in the stack of stuff that was super important, and I don't think I did. Couple of things. I want to revisit this article. No, I don't think I want to do that. Let's close it out. Let's close it out with this, folks. I need this in my life right now, and I think you do too. Hat tip, oral knots.
Ahsoka Tano, mystical Jedi warrior, trained to be a child soldier by the Master of Evil. She must learn to walk her own path while maintaining order in the galaxy. Ahsoka, a Jedi who fights against the forces of darkness using her twin lightsabers and incredible never-before-seen abilities. Water breathing, whale song, and quick change.
Yes! Quick change!
Joined by a ragtag band of friends, they journey into the unknown. Sabine, Mandalorian warrior, explosives expert, hopeless Jedi, street artist. Hera, a pilot with the heart of a pilot, who is always dressed
to pilot.
And Huyang, Ahsoka's faithful servant, a 25,000-year-old robot that possesses more knowledge and experience than any other living being in the entire galaxy. Possibly the most valuable relic in all of existence. He is now responsible for ship maintenance.
Yes!
With the threat of a new Star War looming over them,
a new Star War. Yes.
They wrestle against the intangible genius of Grand Admiral Thrawn and his supernatural minions. It's a race to save one of the last Jedis, as one of the last Jedis is hunted by the last remnants of the Jedis. They must learn to put aside their differences, reconcile with their pasts, and risk it all to find a long-lost ally who may or may not be able to help them. But hope always remains in Ahsoka.
I love it. She does the lightsabers. That it's the best thing ever, dude. That is Disney Star Wars par excellence. Par excellence. Hat tip oral nuts. That is one of the most genius parodies of all time, right there. Dude, that was the 80s. That's an 80s TV show for sure. Chat, you know what my favorite part of that is, right? You know what my favorite line of that whole trailer is. Ahsoka, a child soldier trained by the Master of Evil. Dude, he's the Master of Evil. It's Darth Vader. He's the Master of Evil. And they must grapple with the intangible genius of Admiral Thrawn. Oh, fantastic. All right, folks. Well, we have had a great show tonight. I've had so much fun hanging out with you on YouTube, X, formerly Twitter, and Rumble. Make sure to like, subscribe. There are more videos on the way. My review of the first episode of... What? Mr. Producer, what is it I'm watching? That's right, The Acolyte. The Acolyte. First episode review is live. I'm working on my next review, but folks, it's... I mean, I'm not complaining. This is, the work is the work. But man, resistance is strong as I work on this show. So anyway, Anthony Timmons mentioning the A-Team. Yeah, exactly. It's very much like the A-Team. And also illustrating that Ahsoka had potential in the hands of creative people, unlike Dave Filoni. Yes, I really, Star Wars is always, there's lots of strong girls in Star Wars. I want to see more girls in diversity. Dave Filoni, the savior of Star Wars. So yeah, more on the way, and thank you for hanging out with me. Mr. Producer, if you would please, if you would bring up the outro. Do you have that? When your internship is over, then you can get pay. No benefits, just pay. You're a contract worker. It's like Uber. Like Uber. There it is. Thank you. I found it. Dude, the shills are, I think the shills, we should actually, seriously, folks, we should have compassion for the shills. They're going through a tough time right now because I think, if we're talking about Ahsoka, we're talking about Book of Boba Fett, Mandalorian Season 3, I think that they were feeling kind of a tailwind. I think they were feeling like they were on the downhill, the wind was at their backs, to use a nautical metaphor. I feel that they're feeling a headwind now. They seem worn out. They seem exhausted. They're kind of like, man, why don't people like this? It's like, dude, they're going through a tough time right now, and we should feel bad for them. It's not their fault they suffer from shillery by proxy. It's a debilitating disease. But anyway, that is the Captain's Cast. I'll see you next Sunday. Same bat time, same bat channel here on the Swords and Starships channel. I am your host, Captain Garrett. I am your guide, your spiritual mentor to all things nerd. We will have good things again. And I will see you someday, somehow, somewhere out there.